evening, everyone. My name is Julie Ann Hirsch, Chair of the Select Board. I'd like to call this meeting on August 26th to order at 6:10 p.m. This meeting will be a hybrid meeting conducted in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. It will be streamed live and recorded. Before we begin, I will state the members who are present here for the Select Board. I have Lori Zeiton and Jacob Jones, and I hope that my other two members will be attending if they're on their way from work. So, having said that, our portion of the meeting has been called to order. And I will ask the Financial Committee to...
Good. It's 6:10 p.m. I call the Financial Planning Committee to order. Roll call. Brian Maines. Present. Ken Picard.
Yep.
Mike Shaka.
Present.
Susan Satori.
Present.
And John Rappa here. We have a quorum.
Similarly, call to order the Appropriations Committee meeting. I'm Scott Rogers. I'll do also a roll call vote since we've got some remote members as well. George Brinkle.
Here.
Tim Kaling, can you hear us?
Here.
And Jeff Knight.
Here.
Terry Halloran.
Here.
I'd like to introduce our newest member of the committee, Ramona Wallace.
Hello. You're welcome.
We're all set. We've got it.
Okay.
And then school committee, Northwest School Committee, but we do not have a quorum.
Okay.
Just Kristen and myself are present, along with the superintendent, Greg Martineau, and Assistant Superintendent of Finance, Ed Pellegrini.
Welcome, everyone. My name's Stephanie Bacon. I'm the town administrator. Thank you so much for coming. There's cookies, pastries over here if you get hungry. The restrooms are located right outside the door on the right. Tonight is very important. It is the kickoff of our fiscal year 27 budget. Tonight, what we instructed the department heads to do was to look at their budgets and have a feeling of where they would be at from their fiscal year 26 budget, which I feel like was yesterday, moving forward to their fiscal year 27 budget, and conduct a level funded column, so that would be duplicating fiscal year 26, in a level service budget. And then take that difference and show us, if we were forced to cut into a level funded budget, where they would reduce their existing budgets. So that's what you'll see before you tonight. There's several handouts. We also have links online, so all of the people at home will be able to see the slides as we walk through the different departments. They will also be located on our website in full if you'd like to view them later. The department heads, we have 18, so I said 5 to 7 minutes max. We're going to try to go through this very quickly, and we will have a Q&A time, but that won't be until the end. Jason is going to get up and go more in depth, a deeper dive into our budget, historically, where we are now, what we're seeing in the future. So we will have a Q&A time, and of course, he is familiar with all of our budgets. So if there's a certain budget that you have a question on, please do ask. If you want to email me at a later date, absolutely do so. So with that, we're going to start out with Lori Connors from Planning. Her and Bob have to skedaddle to a CBA meeting following this, so we're going to have them come up first.
Hello, everybody. All right, let's see if I can advance this correctly. All right. All right, so starting off with what the planning department does, we staff 8 boards, commissions, and committees, including the Planning Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Conservation Commission. We respond to public inquiries. We meet with potential applicants to discuss the various permitting processes. We perform plan reviews. We prepare review letters for various applications that come before us. We also prepare the permit decisions and we enforce those decisions. We write and administer grants. We oversee consultants that we hire to implement various planning projects. We manage the web pages and write the minutes for all the various boards, commissions, and committees we staff. We manage the department budget, as well as the Community Preservation Committee budget and the Trails Committee budget. And lastly, we coordinate all long-range planning activities, including the recently completed Downtown Revitalization Plan, the Open Space and Recreation Plan, and the Master Plan. So our department consists of 4 individuals. We have a full-time planning director, of course that's me. We also have a full-time conservation agent, a full-time administrative assistant, and a very part-time minutes clerk. Her hours vary from week to week, but average about 12 to 16 hours per week. So you folks all have the budget in front of you. So I thought for illustration purposes, it would be helpful to do a simplified budget. So you can see that in 2026, our total budget was, oh, actually I see that there's a typo. So it was $318,021. So that is the same as the requested level funded budget. So, sorry about that. So our 2027 request level service budget, the salaries include the 2% increase that is part of the contract. And then you can see the various line items from there. So there were slight bump ups in certain line items. For example, we bumped up the printing services a little bit to take into account inflation. The CMRPC assessment, that is a must that we have to pay as being a member of the Regional Planning Agency. Their budget goes up slightly each year, so I bumped that up a little bit. Professional development, then you can see the travel and mileage budget was just level funded. Miscellaneous budget was also level funded. Town beautification, level funded. Field supplies and property maintenance, that is for the Conservation Commission properties, also level funded. So you can see that the lion's share of the level funded budget is salaries. So that's 86.8% of the total budget. And then you get to the level funded budget. So of course that ends up being the same balance of $357,648. So in order to achieve that level funded budget, I did make some cuts, mostly to the salary line item. I also made a cut to contractual services, so I reduced that budget by $5,000. I reduced the printing services budget. Small decrease in professional services, professional development rather. Let's see. Another place where I reduced the budget was in the meetings line item, which is kind of a miscellaneous, town beautification, and then in the field supplies and property maintenance categories. So, what are the ramifications of these cuts? Of course, one of the cuts that I made was to the minutes clerk line item. Our minutes clerk will be retiring in October, so this wouldn't actually impact her if you chose to go this route. However, the impact would be to the staff deliverables. So either the administrative assistant would have to do the administrative tasks for all 8 boards and committees, or possibly we could ask for volunteers from the committees to do the meeting minutes. That's a possibility. If we had to have the administrative assistant do all the administrative tasks for everybody, then the professional staff, so myself and the conservation agent, would have to take on some of her responsibilities in order to make that work. So that would mean that you'd have to pay the higher salaries in order to do administrative tasks. A reduction in the contractual services line item would mean that we wouldn't have as much money to hire consultants. So some of the work that consultants do, for example, I have employed engineers to do various project tasks to support the department and projects that the department is working on. The reduction in the printing budget would mean that instead of sending our zoning bylaws and our other rules and regulations out to a printer, we would have to make the copies in-house. Of course, that would increase the amount of money that we're paying for paper and toner, but it would provide some savings. A reduction in the professional development line item would mean that we would have to attend fewer workshops, possibly not be able to go to a conference. We do have a budget for training materials, books, magazines, and the like, so those could be off the table. We do also pay for training of our board members. So in particular, the planning board members and the zoning board members like to attend workshops and training sessions, particularly those that are offered by the Citizens Planner Training Collaborative. I think it's really important to maintain that budget, so they would not be negatively impacted by the cuts. So then a reduction in the town beautification and the property maintenance line items will impact downtown beautification efforts. You folks may have noticed the pots that are around town. Those are funded through my budget, so there would be a reduction in that. And then also maintenance to the conservation, the various conservation properties that are located throughout town. So that budget would be, instead of having $1,500, I propose to reduce that by $500. So it's not a huge change, but it would mean less work could be done. So that's pretty much it. It's a small budget.
Couple questions? Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Hold on.
Apologize for being late.
John, we're not taking questions for the department heads because we have 18 and I'm timing, but we will take questions after they're all done.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, next is Bob, the builder, building inspector. I'm going to set a 7-minute timer. If you hear a little chime, that's what it is. It means just wrap it up. Okay.
Okay. Bear with me. This is technology I'm going to have to work with. My name is Bob Federico. I'm the building inspector, zoning officer here in town. How do we do this? Okay. Some of what we do, we enforce all of the state building codes, which governs construction, renovations, additions, safety, and occupancy. We also enforce the specialty codes, mechanical, wiring, electrical, gas, plumbing, 521, which is the Massachusetts Architectural Access Board, that's a mouthful, administers the Northborough zoning bylaws, issues permits, conducts inspections, and ensures compliance with all state and local regulations. that also, whoops. Okay. Here we go. Wait a minute. Okay, let's do this. Yep. We inspect all the restaurants and food establishments at least once a year. We do plan review and conflict resolution, which is right about now runs about 90%. There is maybe 10% of the building applications that come into us that are ready to go upon application. All of the other ones need corrections and communications with the applicant. We conduct technical inspections, wiring, plumbing, gas, HVAC, per the state specialty codes. We are, myself and a half of a inspector for building. We have part-time gas plumbing, part-time wiring inspections. That's it. We have a shared pair of admins and myself. We do zoning enforcement, zoning bylaws, we do consultations, we do zoning interpretation forms, we deal with zoning complaints. Those take a tremendous amount of time. We administer the permits and issue and track building and everything that goes with it through the online permitting systems. And we also perform all the inspections and site visits. Last year, the entire department let out somewhere around 1,300 permits across the board. And you figure an average job is anywhere from 3 to 5 inspections. That takes a lot of time. Okay, my budget is at the end of the paper. I have the stack back there. We put it on both sides because we all want to save some money. Some of the impacts. The budget basically boils down to our assistant building inspector, who does most of your residential stuff. We're cutting his hours by 3 to 5 hours a week. Okay, which means inspections may have to be delayed. Plan reviews may have to be delayed. Okay, we cut hours for the assistant wiring inspector. Same thing, longer wait times for electrical inspections, delaying occupancy permits, and the safe use of buildings. We also cut training, professional supplies, and dues, okay? We eliminated wherever we could, or cut wherever we could. There's a risk if we don't keep these credits and continuing ed points up, we have the risk of losing state-required certification, which is my license, not the town's permission to give me the opportunity to work. The license for me to be a commissioner is mine and mine alone. Reduced zoning enforcement capacity. We currently have a backlog already. It's going to get worse, okay? Because everything we do, we have to prioritize. Custom professional materials and emergency supplies. If this budget goes through as level funded, I don't have money to buy a hard hat or a flashlight. That's how close we cut it. Okay? Overall impact. Lower customer service, delayed permits, increased frustration from residents and contractors, and potential violations of state law. Our building permit applications are on a timetable. So are the wiring, gas, and plumbing permits are on a timetable. Inspections are on a timetable. Okay, if we can't provide those inspections, those inspection requests are deemed to be okayed. So you could have a dangerous situation, and if we can't get out there to get it in time, so be it. So that's all I really have. That is the budget I have. That's the whole set of line items. We have level funded it. We also have the level budget that we've, level service that we've had. And that is all the numbers. All right. And that will be it for me. Thank you very much. I will leave these on the back table.
Calling up Greg from the school.
All right, good evening. Greg Martineau, Superintendent. And my first question is, does the superintendent from Northborough get 7 minutes? And the superintendent from the region get 7 minutes? I have 14 minutes. All right. I promise I'll be quick. So this evening, I'll talk about the fiscal year 27 budget at a very high level, do a 5-year look back at the budget increases, talk about patterns and trends for the FY27 budget, and then talk about the impact of a level funded budget and a 3% increase. And just want to note that the school committee's responsibility is approving the pre-K through 8 and the regional school committee budget. We have not had conversations internally. We are preparing for the FY20 budget season, and it is a season, as you all know. So much more detail will be available in the weeks and months ahead as we move through that process with the school committees. First, I want to thank the boards and committees for supporting education. We think that having consistent increases over time is really important in terms of funding education, that we are not looking for large increases, but consistent investments in education. I think the health of a community is the health of an educational system, and we're very fortunate that the town of Northborough has invested in education, and we're very proud of the education that we provide our students, both at the pre-K through 8 level and at the high school level. So all indications we are doing well. Our most recent accolade is U.S. News and World Rankings. So Algonquin Regional High School, which is the product and impact of a pre-K through 8 system, was ranked 341 in national rankings, 14 in Massachusetts, number 1 in Worcester County, and nationwide 304 in STEM high schools. This is only one metric, but a very public external metric. This does not mean we haven't figured out for all students. We still have a lot of work to do. There are students who we're still not meeting their needs, and that's what we strive to do. So in terms of looking back at our budget increases, Northborough pre-K through 8, the financial trend monitoring meeting is a very important meeting for us. It sets kind of the tone of what we think about our budgets and what we're looking for an increase. So this is a 5-year look back. Over the 5 years, we've averaged a 3.56% increase, with FY24 being a larger increase of 4.90%. Oftentimes, our budget drivers are special education. If you look at our line items year over year, you'll see that there are not large increases. They're usually sectors that are increasing, usually transportation and special education. So in FY26, the increase was a little under $900,000. And if you look at our contractual obligations, it was over that amount, $984,000. So FY26 general special education and transportation increase represented $351,000. So our increases were more than the 2.99% budget that we brought forward, and that did result in a reduction of 2.7 FTEs in the overall operational budget. Northborough, Southborough, so this is a 5-year trend, again, trying to look at our historical averages. It's a 4.17% increase. This past year was a 6.2% increase, and that was driven by 2 areas. The first was transportation. So we were at the end of a transportation contract. Transportation market has significantly changed, and the cost of transportation increased by a little under $600,000. And then, similar to the town of Northborough, the regional high school experienced an increase in insurance costs, 17.5%, which resulted in a little under $700,000 increase. So these aren't increases that are actually improving what we do in terms of student experience, but they're obligations that we have. So in terms of a 3% increase, so Northborough, it would be a little under $900,000 for fiscal year 27, and region, it would be $881,000 increase. A 3% increase at this point in time would mean a reduction of staffing, reduction of services. And again, we will go through the budget process and have more detail around what impact it would have potentially on our students. Looking at FY '27, we always think about what are some of the budget drivers that we're anticipating. So we are entering in labor negotiations both for Northborough pre-K through 8 and the region. General education transportation, again, we are seeing a significant increase in general education transportation, also special education transportation. And then we're also seeing instructional software increase costs. Instead of buying textbooks for a one-time purchase, what we're having to do is license it over year, which is a much more expensive model. And then also we're keeping an eye on federal grants. We are anticipating that we'll see a reduction in federal grants in the years to come. This is at the region, similar trends. And then in terms of a level funded budget, so if we think about a level funded budget, we are anticipating that we'd have to have significant staff reductions, assuming that no other line item increases in our budget for expenses. We would have to cut a little under 11 full-time FTEs. And again, that would impact class size, programs for students. And again, as we go into the budget process with the school committee, we can start talking about some of the details. What does that exactly mean in terms of what impact it would have on education for students? And at the region, a very similar level funded budget would be a significant reduction in the FTEs. And that would 10.6 is assuming that no other line item has an increase, which is not a realistic assumption. So the school committee and the school department has its work cut out for it. And we go through this exercise every year, looking at different variations in different scenarios. This meeting is a very important meeting. It kind of sets the benchmark of what we're targeting to work as one department of many in the town of Northborough. And again, I thank the boards and committees for their ongoing support and the community's investment in education. We do appreciate it. And thank you.
We have Isabella Caruso, our Director of Health and Human Services.
Hi, everyone. My name is Isabella Caruso, Director of Health and Human Services. So briefly, just a little bit of a background of the services we do. Back in April of 2024 at the last town meeting, we reorganized the Health Department and the Family and Youth Services Department. So we are now officially the Health and Human Services Department. We do a little bit of everything from support services, so providing mental health services, mental health programming, to community health, so Narcan training, CPR trainings, and a lot of vaccine clinics. And then also, we can't forget, environmental health. So we do all of the restaurant inspections, septic inspections, tobacco control, and public health emergency preparedness. We also continue to manage the Public Health Excellence Grant, as well as the CDC Drug-Free Community Grant. Town-funded staff, we have myself, a full FTE administrative assistant, a full-time social worker, a full-time community outreach worker, and the community outreach coordinator, and then we share a health agent with the town of Southborough. So briefly about our budgets. So 86% of our FY26 budget is made up of our salaries. 10.6 is contractual services. So between the HHS budget, our contractual services include testing for our closed landfill, our contracted animal inspector, as well as our interface referral service. So that is the mental health contracted service that we have that residents can call and they will be matched with a mental health provider. And then lastly, we have a clinical consultant for our social worker. Other line items is 2.9 and 2.9%, and that includes trainings, dues, travel, things like that. So our FY27 level service budget is an increase of 1.78%, and that's mainly due to 2% of cost of living and 2% of merit. If we were, sorry that is, doesn't look great, but FY27 level funded budget, we needed to find about $13,000 to cut. And the two main cuts are from the contractual services. So as I mentioned, we have the landfill monitoring line item that is required by DEP. Historically, since FY 2019, we have set aside $20,000. Historically, we've only needed to use $10,000 to $13,000 to cover the required testing. So we have proposed to cut $7,000 from both the level service and the level funded budget from that line item. Additionally, for the level funded, we would propose to cut $4,000 from the interface contract, which would result in reduced ability to support residents' mental health connections to providers through that service. And then lastly, we propose to cut about $2,200 from various line items like membership dues and travel and mileage. And that is it. Less than 5 minutes.
Good job. Good. Okay.
Next, we have Jeff, Veteran Services.
Hello, I'm Jeff Farrell, the Director of the Central Mass Veterans Service District. Northborough is a member of a 4-town district. Northborough has the smallest percentage of the district expenses, which our board will be in the process of coming up with our district budget that includes hosted in Grafton, but it has all of our dues, office supplies, anything that is needed to administer the district. In Northborough, we have, oh, and I can use this. There we go. The main goal of the district is we're the municipal veteran services connection for veterans. They can come to us as sort of like a clearinghouse to see what benefits they're eligible for, either at the federal level or the state level. The main benefit is Chapter 115. Chapter 115 covers any veterans benefit in the state, but it has a financial safety net program that we manage through the town. That is one of the 3 line items in town. That the town comes up with leave a Marine up here, I'll break something. The town fronts the money and then gets reimbursed 75% of it from the state, as well as the flags for Memorial Day. And if we have to house a transient veteran, we can set up a short-term shelter that would be reimbursed 100% by the state. But it is a Massachusetts law that every town in the Commonwealth has a veteran service officer. If the town is under 12,000 in population, it can be part-time. If it's above, it has to be full-time or part of a district. We collect all of the necessary eligibility documents to see if a veteran or a surviving spouse is eligible for these cash benefits. It is very strict. They have to be under 200% of the federal poverty limit. But it is up to my office to manage all of the eligibility, submit all the paperwork to the state to get the reimbursement from the town. The state doesn't authorize the benefits, they authorize the reimbursement. Part of that is they ask us to look for alternate sources of income, whether it's unemployment, Social Security benefits, VA, Veterans Affairs, disability benefits. So through that, we help veterans file for VA claims. In Northborough, roughly about $2.6 million in '24 came into Northborough from the veterans and widows in town. And again, part of, we're the oversight for the program. I work closely with the treasurer's office and other departments in town too to make sure we have our veterans covered. As you see, so the ordinary benefits is that Chapter 115 line. If it had to be cut, we could face some type of penalty from the state. If 10 veterans walked into my office and needed to go on benefits, we're required by law to pay them. The district expenses, again, is the portion of Northborough's. And our unclassified line, I consider it like a community support line. That's the flags, Veterans Day expenses, any program we want to put on through the town. That is my budget. That, there could maybe be a little bit of savings, but as I'm in my third year, I'm trying to grow outreach and have some programs for veterans. So that sums up my presentation.
We have our new town clerk, Damien.
Welcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Doing good.
Hi, everybody. All right, so the town clerk's office is responsible for maintaining, I have to start my little slides here. For maintaining and safeguarding all vital records, managing all elections, supporting transparency and public access to information, administering licensing, permits, and public notices. Our budget is basically all salaries. We have training and professional developments, contractual services for essential softwares, for dog licensing, business certificates, and payment recordings. Our increase in the number of scheduled elections for the upcoming year is going to increase our budget there. Staffing for elections and town meetings, contractual services such as annual census and street list, department-specific expenses including updates to the town code, toner cartridges for the state printer. We remain committed to controlling costs while continuing to provide a high level of service in the community. The town clerk's office may be small, but it's a vital role in daily operations of our local government. If we have to cut costs and we are at a level fund service budget, we would have to reduce fewer resources for staff for patrol officers, for election workers themselves, which could jeopardize delaying mailing and vote by mail, staffing for in-person early voting, staffing for long lines for elections, and then also administrative challenges for resources for the daily operations. And as you can see, the town clerk's budget has actually reduced due to my predecessor retiring. In basically all line items, I did have to increase our contractual services unless it's going to be the level service for IT contracts that will now be taken on by the town clerk department, like our general code that takes care of our town code for our bylaws and zoning bylaws, as well as a few other line items that David has yet to discuss with me. Oh, that's quick. That's about it for me. Oh, I do, that's okay, I'm good, yep.
Okay, Dana. Oh, you can't step away, you're running the show. Okay, all right.
Okay. Evening, everybody. I'm Dana Volke. I'm the director of the new Northborough Media Connection. So our mission is to deliver high-quality, engaging, and accessible content that connects residents with their local government, highlights the people and the events that shape the town, and provide a reliable source of information through effective communication. So we're basically the town's AV and Media and Communications Department as we continue to transition to that over public access. So just a bit of what we do. Like I said, we're the town's AV department. So we do live streaming of all of our municipal meetings, and we integrate our videos into the town website, and we create a YouTube archive of all of our content. We engage on social media. We have staff who manage all of our productions for the town, and we create sort of marketing and educational material for the town to show the residents of all the great benefits that they have of living here. As well as we take care of all the Zoom license and Zoom hosting and all of those meetings. We're going to be doing training on staff on media literacy, and we maintain all of the AV equipment and do AV support for all the town departments. So just a quick thing on how we're funded. Historically, 100% of our funding has come from a small percentage of residential cable subscriptions. We're right now at 5%, and we have a 5-year contract with Verizon and a 10-year contract with Charter. And we're going to try to stay on those as long as we can, but the plan is to, as subscriptions phase out and cable contracts phase out, we will be, our plan is to be subsidized through taxation so we can continue to offer our services little by little every year. So just a quick idea on our upcoming budget. So here on our FY26, it's $243,829. Next year for my level funded budget, it would be $250,446. That's just the normal, our 2% COLA for our staff, and the only other increases there would be for our Zoom license went up, and we're doing significantly more driving than ever before. So I'm adding a bit more to our travel mileage as well. But sort of timing-wise, this sort of works out. So to do a level-funded budget, I would have to cut $6,617 out of my budget. I have a part-time employee who is retiring during this fiscal. I do not intend to hire somebody else for that position. I'm going to give that employee's duties to another part-timer who wants to fill up their hours with that time. And that would come out to $19,707 that I can cut from my budget by taking away that one part-timer. So that would cover the level funded budget there. And then just a little bit on some savings that we have. There have been a number of things that I've been able to cut over the last couple of years since I took over as director. We've been getting our Adobe Suite and Canva from other departments. Just they've been able to give us a license to use those, as well as we are no longer subscribing to any other local cable networking organizations, as well as of this fiscal, all of our FICA health insurance and retirement is now being handled through the general fund. And some possible savings in the future is we do have our own phone and internet where we are looking at other places to move our department, and hopefully we'll be on town utilities for that, as well as the $5,600 for our Zoom license. We might be moving that to MIS GIS, possibly, to take that out of our budget. So there you have it. There you go. Okay, great.
Scott Charpentier, Director of DPW, Public Works.
DPW Department. Thank you. I'm Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director. Here we go. Quickly, what Public Works does and what it's consistent of. We have 12 individual budgeting divisions. 3 of them are enterprise funds. 2 of the enterprise funds are fully self-supported by the ratepayers, the Water Enterprise Fund and the Sewer Enterprise Fund. The 3rd enterprise fund is the solid waste. Solid waste has a pretty substantial tax subsidy. So solid waste revenue has been level for many years. Our bag prices haven't gone up. They started out pretty high when we compare to our peers. We're currently in the top 3rd for bag prices in our neighborhood, in our area, and number 1 in the large bags. So that tax subsidy projected for this coming year is going up to $880,000. That is based on $533,000 worth of revenue, which is pretty much what we've seen over past years. Public Works is involved in everybody's day, all day. We get clean drinking water, safe roads. We manage all the waste in town. Drainage flows downhill and through culverts and pipes successfully due to our work in repairs and maintenance. There's a lot of other little stuff that we do that maybe doesn't get seen by everybody or noticed. David, our new town clerk, was talking about our elections. Well, Public Works sets up the elections and breaks them down. I know the rec department isn't here tonight, but they do a lot of different events. The scarecrows you see hanging on the fence at Assabet Park, that's Public Works. We build the frames, we oversee the installation. We're there with the rec department helping the kids. Cultural Council, they have a lot of events throughout the year. They're always asking us to help set up and break down. The Jack-o'-lantern walk, we build those racks every year. We decorate the tree. So Public Works is all over the place, even though you don't necessarily see us. So I'll go over the operating budget first. So we were asked to do a level service and a level funded budget. I'll go over a little bit about what our service budgets are like. So FY '26, we had a $112,000 budgetary increase. Of that increase, $58,000 was labor, $35,000 was new initiatives. So that left about $20,000 remaining for escalation. That's right around 0.5%. New initiatives for last year included maintenance for the dog park, trying to project what those costs are going to be. We're purchasing all these solar-powered lights, the RRFBs, the traffic signal signs. We need to maintain those. We don't have the expertise in-house. We contract those services out. The porta potties you see at all the playgrounds. Rec has been supporting those for years. Again, Rec isn't here tonight. They're struggling financially to be self-sufficient, and they're not. So we're trying to help out by taking some of those costs from them. So we absorbed the porta potty rentals last year. That's close to 20 grand, believe it or not. So FY '27, the level service budget is very similar to what '26 was. We got $50,000 worth of labor and $42,000 worth of expenses for specific needs. There are no new initiatives in FY '27. We're proposing to increase the amount we're allocating toward police details. We're finding more and more need for them as traffic increases and vehicle speeds unfortunately follow suit. We're also proposing to increase the winter salt budget by $21,000. That's based on our 5-year rolling average. That money gets spent either way. It could come out of the reserve, the $175,000 reserve account at the end of the season, or it could be budgeted for. The only somewhat new initiative proposed for FY '27 is to expand our fertilizing and overseeding program. To expand it beyond the playing fields, to pick up some of the grass areas you see around Ellsworth, Memorial, and Casey. So it's primarily Ellsworth now. When you take those things out, you take out the labor, you take out the new initiatives, our increase is $23,000. That's for utility increases, materials, fuel, that type of stuff. That constitutes, again, about 0.5% of the operating budget. And that's generally where it's lied in the past. If you take out initiatives, you take out labor, we're generally in the 0.5% to accommodate increases. So the FY '27 proposed budget of $4.23 million for the general fund constitutes a 1.2% increase. One of the ways that 1.2% appears so small is we're offsetting everything except labor by a reduction in streetlights. We're doing an LED conversion to all the streetlights. Former town administration chose that we would purchase the streetlights and convert to LED. We're projecting a $65,000 savings for FY '27 due to the LED conversion. So the overall budget increase for level service budget is the 50 plus the 65. So about $115,000. Very similar to last year. So in reality, instead of seeing a $50,000 increase, it's actually like 115 because 65 is offset by a specific change in our program. If we were to level fund the budget, again, all the expenses I just described to you, the increases, the police details, salt and aeration, and $23,000 of general increases due to inflation, that gets taken care of with the streetlights. That leaves only adjusting for the labor, the $50,000 contractual increases for labor. Public Works has a lot of ways to accommodate that. Our budget is approximately 45% labor and 55% materials, contractual services, and the like. So we can simply cut $50,000 out of our annual paving budget. We have $300,000 in the operating budget for paving every year. We can cut that down to $250,000, be level funded, maintain the one initiative I proposed, which is a little more fertilizing and overseeding, and still adjust the budgets based on historic actuals for police details and salt. The state just approved the Chapter 90 transportation bond bill. We've been talking year after year after year about 200 million is not enough, you got to go up. Well, they approved a $300 million bond bill, which gives us an extra $250,000 worth of Chapter 90 money. The select board appropriated $200,000 of that about a month ago to go towards some crosswalk improvements. That other 50 would take the place of the $50,000 we're cutting out of paving, if that's the direction to go in. There are other options in Public Works to cut the budget. I know some departments have presented, they're 90% labor. I mean, I don't know how you cut a budget without cutting bodies or hours if you have that much labor. So we do pavement markings every single year to the tune of about $50,000 to $60,000. All of our pavement markings are painted. They're reflectorized paint. They don't necessarily need to be done every year. They could be done every other year. We could skip a year. Doing them every other year is a challenge from a budgetary perspective because you're undulating your budget by $60,000 every year. And if it gets foregone for more than 1 year, they don't meet the reflectorized requirements, and then we're in violation of state regulations. You see our contracts as we do plantings, all the landscape beds are mulched, weeded every year, edged. We just don't do that. We won't mulch any of the beds. All the foundation beds look like they do, today. That's a $50,000 number. $10,000 every year is allocated to the Traffic Safety Committee so they can utilize consulting services. For example, we did traffic studies for Lincoln and Pleasant Street, which resulted in what we hope to be a truck exclusion on those two streets. Logical, but it costs $10,000 for the engineering study to do that. We can cut that out of the budget. We have $10,000 every year. Capital will be even faster. We have $10,000 every year to replace broken equipment at our parks. Picnic bench breaks, table breaks, play equipment breaks, we just don't replace it. It can remain broken, it saves $10,000. So there's a lot of items like that. We spend maybe $3,000 a year on flowers for Memorial Day. We don't put up flowers. So there's options there. I think what I presented is the least impactful to the community because of what the state has done. On the capital side, and I got a couple slides for this. This will be really quick. So this is the facilities capital plan. We've decided to push 4 West Main Street forward. We don't know what we're doing with the building. If we sell it, hopefully we can sell it, and then why would the taxpayers want to spend over $1 million on it if somebody's willing to buy it, tomorrow? Majority of our capital items for facilities come out of our facility condition assessment plan. That's a documentation. Clearly, this is past its useful life. You should replace it. We put them on the plan, and then we juggle them around based on what looks like it's more eminently needed this coming year. Public Works, DPW, Highway Parks, very similar to what we do with our vehicles, and I've said this before, we try to cycle back and forth, but one of our goals is to keep our equipment purchases generally in the same financial range every year, about $750,000, $750,000. FY '25, we're at 7.25. '26, we're at 715. '27, we're looking at 700. As a means to try to maintain around that 750 number, we chose to slide the mini excavator over 1 year. We can keep pushing vehicles. It's a bubble. It's just a bubble you keep pushing, and eventually things break, and you need to have a large purchase. Some communities do that. They have a huge borrowing. They replace a whole bunch of equipment, and then they're in the same cycle every 10, 15 years. So, the other things pop up on the capital plan. Generally, infrastructure comes up in more of a reactive and proactive fashion. We see that a culvert's breaking, we replace it. We don't go out and proactively replace culverts because we have bridges that have fallen apart that we need to replace. So we know what we have for capital repairs needed. Eventually, we'll hopefully get ahead of it and be able to plan ahead and be a little more proactive than reactive. Is that good?
That is great.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have Carol, our Senior Center Director. Welcome, Carol.
So, yeah, I'm Carol Brunike. I'm the Senior Center Director. The Senior Center, of course, serves residents, older adults over 60 years old, and our mission is to enrich and enhance the lives of older adults through activities, nutrition services, outreach, and transportation. Last year, we had about 85 people a year, an average of 85 people coming a day, which is actually underreported because I've discovered that some people aren't scanning in as they're supposed to. So it's really a very lively center. We are so lucky to have a fantastically beautiful building. I don't know if everybody's familiar with it, but it's gorgeous. It's the envy of a lot of people in the area. So just to kind of give you an overview, because sometimes people aren't clear about what we're offering, we have a lot of fitness classes. We have 14 a week. We have a lot of social clubs based around interests, so that would be maybe around games, around music, or around arts thing. We offer a lot of educational programs. We have speakers coming on all sorts of possible subjects, many of them sort of to help, well-being, but not only that, just general interests of topics of interest. And then we have a lot of special events, and many of our special events include our bistro. We have this Bistro 119, which is, in many senior centers, you'll find more the cafeteria or whatever. We have a fantastic bistro. We have 2 part-time cooks, and their salary is mostly funded, to the most part, from the intake from the bistro. And we provide lunch Monday through Thursday, and anybody can come if anyone ever wants to check it out. Sandwiches, soup, and all sorts of great stuff. And many of our social opportunities are around that. So the second area that we offer services is the outreach and support services. We have an outreach coordinator, and she helps connect people with resources, with different agencies that can help. She also helps people fill out forms and advises them on different things. So she is busy, and she gets involved with, to some extent, sometimes with the bistro to kind of keep track of what people there are doing, but also with other departments. She just started meeting actually with the police and fire and the Health and Human Services, so that we can make sure that enough information is traded that nobody's sort of falling through the cracks. In addition, that sort of falls under outreach, we house the town nurse, the veterans agent, and the Shine counselors, and it's great to have them because we can also sort of coordinate some services with them. And then the last part of our services is transportation. We have a partnership with the Worcester Regional Transportation Authority, and we provide the drivers. We hire the drivers, they provide the vans, and we have transportation Monday through Thursday. Monday through Fridays. Friday's a little bit shorter.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. So the center has 3 full-time staff that are funded, from the town budget: the director, the outreach coordinator, and the administrative assistant. We also have the drivers that are funded by the WRTA. We have a program manager who is funded by our state grant, and the bistro, which are sort of part the bistro intake, and then also we're probably going to use the state grant for that. These 3 people here are all very critical to daily operations and having everything work. We couldn't really just drop one of these positions. But if you look at our budget, which is on the next page, but we'll wait for a moment for that, our budget really covers mostly salaries and utilities, and then there's a small amount for other things. So I did cut out, for example, our training, which isn't great, but if we had to do that for a year or 2, I guess we could manage there. But when it came to covering the gap that we would have if we had a level funded budget, really salaries was the only way to go. So after giving it some thought, I realized, our core services really are our day-to-day operations, our different groups that we have, providing a place for seniors to come during the day. What we could cut is Tuesday evenings. That's the one evening that we're open till 7. And that's when we do a lot of our festive events, which if you want to forward to the next slide. Oh, sure. That just kind of lists some of them, like we have Technology Tuesday, we have the students from the Algonquin High School come and they help seniors with cell phones and things. We have Trunk or Treat, which is coming up soon when the town departments come and we all give out some candy, and it's sort of a community event so people get familiar with the senior center. We have a lot of monthly dinners for holidays and other occasions, fundraisers. We have a big Elvis fundraiser coming up in September. And there's a group that meets, and then we do have some events, like we just had one that was joined with the Cultural Council and the Health and Human Services. So I kind of think of it as sort of the icing on the cake. The cake is the day-to-day operations, our daytime stuff, and this is all very lovely stuff on top of it. So, so as you can see that number down below, the 17,000, that's what we would get by cutting the salaries for Tuesday evening. And I can't see, unfortunately, so well, yeah, sorry. And the only thing that, as far as the, if we had a level service budget, that's mostly going up for salaries, the increases in salary expenses. But the other thing is the utilities, and that was because we had LED lights installed, and the cost for utilities then goes up for 4 years to cover those. That wasn't budgeted, unfortunately, in 25 and 26, so 27, it really needs to jump up because it was $13,000 too short this year. You can't get by without utilities. So, yeah, so it would be the Tuesday evening.
Yes, thanks. Okay, we have Jen coming up from our wonderful library that we're in right now.
You've been here for an hour, so I won't be offended if you stand up and stretch. In the meantime, I'm going to talk like a New Englander because I'm racing the timer. I have a lot to talk about. All right, I am Jen Bruno. I am the library director. We do a lot. I'm not going to read the whole slide. That would take 5 minutes. You have a handout. It has all of this information on it. We do a lot of things. Some of our core services include, obviously, collections that people can check out, programs, career development. We have databases, etc. Here's my budget. Our main increases are salaries and utilities. Unfortunately, increased supply charges from utility providers has upped our utilities budget quite a bit. There's some general inflation-related supply budget increases, and one of the increases worth talking about is a contractual services increase. It's only $1,408, but it represents a projected increase in our CW Mars network membership. That's our software that lets us circulate books, issue library cards, place holds for people, basically function. They also provide our internet through that contract for all of our computers that are not on the town network, which is everything but 3. I think that's 32 computers. Gives us our public Wi-Fi and our public printing capabilities and our IT support. The cost in this line item is only 50% of that total membership. The other 50% we pay for out of our library state aid, which we receive every year from the state for meeting state certification requirements. More on that in a minute. I will explain what that means. And there's a small increase in the books and periodicals. It's more helpful if you think of books and periodicals and non-print media as an overall collections budget, because we do a lot. So books and periodicals doesn't really explain very well what we actually fund out of that. The two line items together have to make up 15% of our overall budget for us to be in 100% compliance for our state aid. So that's another thing that I will explain. So the total increase is $54,210. In order to take that out of our budget for a level funded budget, I have zeroed out our equipment maintenance line. That funds the software that we need in order to provide printing services to the public. So that's our mobile printing as well as our printing from our public computers. It also funds the security and operational software needed to protect our 15 public computers from viruses, security breaches, copyright infringement lawsuits from illegal downloads. And it keeps us in compliance with our minimum requirements to actually connect the public computers to the internet. So even though we would have the computers and we would have the internet, we wouldn't be able to connect them for our contract. So we would have computers that people could use, but we wouldn't be able to print, and they wouldn't have the internet. We would be eliminating our IT support for those 32 computers that are not on the town network. So I would then be the de facto IT person as the person next in line with the most IT knowledge. That is a dangerous thing. Any issues with computers would be handled by me, or the computer would just be not repairable if it's beyond my skill level. Our contractual services budget, we can't cut that network membership and still function. We can't cut the emergency telephone for the elevator. Everything else in this line we cut. That's our self-checkout, which is like 21% of our total checkouts. The software license that allows us to manage our summer reading program, which allows the kids to track their reading times and their raffle tickets. So it's over 800 kids that we had this past summer. No event calendar or online event registration. So we did 821 programs last year with just under 21,000 attendees, so we would have to track event registrations manually. Our internet connection is unstable. We would do away with our online meeting and study room booking software, the license for our museum pass registration software, which means we wouldn't be able to offer e-passes for any of the museums that offer that, which is over half of the ones that we currently have. And it's worth noting that our friends of the library pay for all of the museum passes. They don't come out of this budget. So even though they would have the funding for the passes, we wouldn't be able to offer them because there's no way to actually get them to the people who want them. People would not be able to reserve hotspots or any of our library of things for the specific dates that they want them for. So the Health and Human Services, when they do their vaccine clinics, would just have to gamble and hope that there's something here for them on the dates that they want them for. So less efficient, more cumbersome paper methods. We would probably not be able to do the level of programming that we currently do with this method because these things would take a lot longer to do with paper. And we wouldn't have paper. Because our office supply budget would be cut except for one black and white printer. We wouldn't have a public copier, scanner, printer. We would not have our postage meter or any money for envelopes or paper. So no interlibrary loan, which allows people to request items that we can't get from the state of Massachusetts. So we can go outside of the state and get things from all over the country. That would be gone. We wouldn't be able to mail bills for unreturned items to try to get those back. We wouldn't have paper, so not only would we not have an online calendar, but now we don't have paper for a paper calendar or any program advertising. No way to print early literacy materials, so the scavenger hunts that kids do and some of the different things that the children's room does every month. Reading lists, reference materials, brochures. None of that. No security cases for our media, so it would be probably inadvisable for us to continue purchasing CDs because we would have to circulate them in jewel cases, which break as soon as somebody touches them. DVDs, video games. We wouldn't have money for cases for the hotspots or any of our Discovery backpacks for kits, and no capacity to repair worn materials. So we would just be using our materials budget to replace the Harry Potter books as soon as they wear out and Diary of a Wimpy Kid, instead of just re-gluing the spine. Once I cut everything else, I still had to cut materials. This puts the library at a minimum compliance level for state certification. The good news for that is it means we're still certified with the state. It brings us to just over 13% of our total budget. So we're holding on to the state certification, but what it means is that our state aid award, which is this year was just under $44,000, would be reduced to 87.5% of what we would be eligible for at full compliance. So a loss of $4,000 to $5,000. That amount does fluctuate. What that means is less money to pay for things like the other half of our CW Mars Network membership. We use that money for consultants, for non-essential equipment, for non-essential services, pilot programs if we want to test something out, picnic tables. If something breaks during the year and we didn't budget for it, we use that money so that the taxpayers don't see as many requests from us. Yeah, so any further reductions to this budget would put us under minimum compliance, which would risk our state aid certification altogether, which would not only mean that 44,000-ish goes away entirely, it would also mean that nobody in Northborough would be able to use libraries outside of Northborough to check out. So you couldn't just go to Marlborough and use their library and check out books. Nobody would honor your library card, basically. So you would not be able to use any neighboring library in the state of Massachusetts. We would also have to eliminate, there's a lot of materials here that I would just have to get rid of because of the $22,000. We would just have to prioritize. We just picked up some of the research databases that the state dropped when the federal funding was cut. Those are really important for the schools, for the teachers and the students to be able to complete their homework and research assignments. So we would prioritize keeping that over, say, LinkedIn Learning for career development, for example. Travel, dues, and meetings was probably the easiest one out of all of this to zero out. And then our technology, we were supposed to replace 3 computers that are about 5 years old. We like to replace them before they break. We're just going to hope in this scenario that they don't break because I am now the IT person. So we would just have fewer computers for staff to use if they broke, or we would be taking those public computers that are no longer connected to the internet and converting them over to staff computers. Thank you. I don't know if I hit 5 minutes, but.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much. Okay, we have Chief Parente, Fire.
15. I thank Carol for letting me know that I'm qualified for the senior center, so I appreciate that. Dave Parente, Fire Chief, Emergency Management Director, Local Emergency Planning Committee Commissioner, or Chair. Do a lot of things. So this is everything we do. You have this in your handout. I'm not going to read it all. I do want to focus on, we don't just respond to fire and EMS calls. We do code enforcement. We do inspections. We do permits, public education. It's also important to understand the entire emergency management agency department is under the fire department. It's a completely separate budget. We also have the Local Emergency Planning Committee, which we're required under federal law to take care of. That's hazardous material tracking, Tier 2 tracking. Under SARA Title III, we're responsible for all that. You guys have all this. I'm not going to go over it all, read it all. You also have this, which is our goals and our priorities. I could go through them all, but obviously we always talk about the physical and mental health of our members. You know that. High quality, timely emergency services response. Take a moment later, read through it. You'll see everything that's in there. Okay, so we always try to find other ways to finance our purchases that we need. So since 2020, we've applied for $3,688,988 in grants. We've been awarded $3,311,544. Our matching grant requirements were $16,450, and then in-kind services, our time normally is $138,000. Things we do with that is portable radios and structural firefighting gear and ice rescue suits. Hazard mitigation planning that the select board just saw a couple weeks ago and voted on, all funded through grants. I do concur with someone else who spoke earlier about the reduction in grants that are going to be happening. We have a grant that's been sitting on the Homeland Security Secretary's desk for months now, and we don't know what's going to happen with it. It's just sitting there, so it's frustrating. Our capital budget. Coming up next year, we have two items in the capital budget. One is the replacement of the squad. The squad you would have seen was at $450,000. Deputy and I have been talking with our captains in our meetings. We've changed the operational use of that, looking at some different ways to save money. We've actually reduced that amount down to $212,000. We also have an item in there to replace up Car 2, which was one of our command vehicles, which was here when I got hired. It's done a lot of mileage, a lot of work. It's time for it to be replaced. And then the rest of it's in there. You guys have copies of it. I'm not going to go through the rest of the plan, but I thought you should know what's coming up for this coming year. Our budget. Our budget's broken down into personal services and expenses. Personal services is people. That's what it is. It's salaries, it's holiday pay, it's overtime, it's all that. That's $2,489,000. Our expenses is only $263,000, so our total budget's $272,52. This is our level service budget. It's up 2.54%. We also have an emergency preparedness budget, which is $7,000. And then we also, so our total of our operations budgets for fire and EMD is $2,759 million and change, right? It's important to understand that on July 1st of every year, we transfer an amount from our revolving account to offset that money that's required to be raised through taxes into our general account, a general budget. This year, that formula works out to be $415,710. I would tell you how the formula works, but it's a Jason formula, so I would really have to defer to Jason because it's so much percent of this and so much percent of that, and it all works out. So the total raised by taxes for that is $2,343,000. I then have a direct charge to our EMS revolving account, which is $658,142, and that is including debt services. So we buy ambulances out of there, so it includes that. It also includes some overtime, includes materials and supplies, all kinds of stuff for EMS services. That is 100% raised by fees that we charge for our EMS. So that in the $415,000, so close to $1 million a year we make every year, comes off of the cost of what we supply to the town. So our total budget is $3,410,000 and change, and then you take off the money that we use for the revolving, it comes down significantly. So here's our budget, lots of lines. Our increases were in personal services. 85.44% of our increase was in personal service. That's $58,328. The rest of it was under expenses, which is $9,940. So our total increase was $68,268. The ones up top, the personal services, those are collective bargaining agreements. Those are stuff that we are required to pay, right? There's only so much money we can take there. Down below, those are our utility payments, our vehicle maintenance, all of those items. Okay? So what are we going to do? We have to cut $68,000. $27,000 from overtime. Results in reduction of on-duty personnel, increased response times, increased reliance on mutual aid, loss of EMS revenue. If we don't have ambulance to go out and pick up people, we can't charge them. Someone else has to come and they get the money. Negative impact on ISO rating. Your ISO rating is your insurance service organization. That's the group that helps set your homeowners insurance and your business insurances, fire insurances. We have to have so many people on in order for our ratings for that. In-service training, we cut. Delay and cancel training, drop in on-duty staffing because we use that budget to cover when people go to school. So we backfill using that budget. And then again, negative impact on ISO ratings because of our requirement to have certain levels of training that we have to have. Vehicle maintenance, we were cut. would be delay repairs or preventive maintenance, reduction of available apparatus, because if it's not in service, it's not in service. Be increased response time, and of course, again, the negative impacts on the ISO ratings. Equipment maintenance, we'd have to cut, so needed equipment won't be available. We would have an increase in the need to purchase new equipment, because if we're not maintaining it, it's going to break down, so we'd have to buy replacement stuff, which comes out of another account that we have to cut. And then equipment failure during critical operations. If I'm out there and we're doing some work and a piece of equipment fails when we're trying to extricate someone or we're trying to fight a fire, that's not a good thing. Custodial supplies would have to be cut, a reduction in our ability to buy supplies for deconning equipment, reduction in the ability to maintain personnel and protective equipment, and a reduction in station cleaning. Materials and supplies, inability to purchase needed supplies such as firefighting foam, fuel for small equipment replacements, nozzles, hand tools, those types of equipment. We'd have to decide what we have to have, and we would have to cut quite a few things. Capital outlay. We have a capital outlay, a separate line. This is not part of our capital plan. It's a capital outlay. That would cut reduce our replacement of personal protective equipment to try and meet the new state requirements that are coming up, or we wouldn't have the money to do that. So those are the areas that if needed, that we would have to reduce. Okay? And that's it.
Okay, and our police chief, Chief Griffin.
How's everybody doing tonight? I'm Brian Griffin. I'm the police chief. It's nice to be here. You all have it in the handout. I'll try to speak as quick as the fire chief. The Northborough Police Department is a Massachusetts-accredited police agency delivering around-the-clock service 365 days a year to residents, visitors, and businesses alike. Our mission is steadfast: to uphold the highest standards to public safety, thereby preserving and enhancing the quality of life that makes our community an attractive place to live, visit, and work. If my officers are not out responding to calls for service, I want them out in the community, and I think we do a pretty good job with that. You'll see my officers stopping kids on their bikes to hand them ice cream tickets and all sorts of events that we take part in other than responding to service calls. We're a proud accredited police department. We'll be up for our accreditation next year again. We were the first of 6 departments in Massachusetts to receive this award about 14 years ago. Now there's over close to 180 departments that are accredited. We were the first 6, top 6. Some people like numbers and what we do, besides being out in the community and waving to people and being nice. Last year, in 2024, we had 18,626 incidents of police calls. Of those, 1,200 were medicals, where we assisted the fire department. We had 7,726 motor vehicle stops. Our number one complaint in town is traffic, and so our officers are out there doing traffic enforcement. We had 434 motor vehicle accidents, 247 arrests last year. Out of those, 92 were for drunk driving. So our officers are out there enforcing the laws and keeping intoxicated people off our roadways. We issued 279 criminal complaints, and these are some of the more common calls that we go on. As you can see, mental health is way up, unfortunately. Like Greg Martineau in the school department, we love awards, and when we're acknowledged, this is the second time in a year that we've been recognized as one of the safest community in the Commonwealth. And these are some of our ongoing programs and services: our Youth Police Academy, gun buyback program, child car seat installations, and all of this is in your handouts. This is the breakdown of the police department. We have 32 full-time employees. A lot of people don't know that we house our communications division, the dispatchers. Actually, let me go back real quick to that. Our dispatchers, our communications division, the unsung heroes. Last year, there were close to 5,000 911 calls that were answered. 23,000 business line calls answered, 22,000 fire transmissions over the radio, and 56,000 police transmissions over the radio, oftentimes all handled by one person. So we are a department of 32 full-time employees. That's 24 sworn police officers, and that includes myself. We have 7 full-time dispatchers. One is a supervisor who also is in charge of the records division, and we have an executive assistant. And that's pretty much our breakdown. We have the administration division, patrol division, detective division, and the communication division. Our capital budget, I think I'll do what the fire chief said, just looking at as to next year. What we're going to be looking for is 3 cruiser replacement. Every year we ask for either 2 or 3. We deferred last year, so we'll be asking for 3 this year. And we'll be asking for our tasers to be replaced. They're close to 10 years old, which is well past the lifetime of them. The budget for us, it's kind of an early forecast. We have 3 unions. We have the dispatchers union. They've recently settled their contract. We have a sergeants union, and we have a patrol union. Both the sergeants collective bargaining union and the patrol are currently in negotiations as we speak. So it's really tough to get an exact number on where we're going to be at. We hope to settle in the soon. I'll leave it at that. But right now, for our personnel, our salaries, we're looking at about $3,458,000. Our expenses at $334,000, with a total of close to $3.8 million. This is the breakdown, as you'll see on your in your charts. Last year, we were at almost 3.6 million, $3,588,000. And again, this year we're looking at $3,792,000, so about a $200,000 increase, or about 5.65%. So how would we get it back to FY26 numbers? It's going to be hard and scary. And I didn't want to touch people. I can't afford to touch people. People are what keep us safe. So I had to really do a lot of work as to how I would reduce my budget by about $200,000. I'll highlight some of the larger number here. The larger numbers. Special officers. We have 2 special officers. They're not. They work traffic details only. They get paid by the contractors who hire them for working a detail. There is a small line item of $5,000. That's for training them and keeping them certified. We would eliminate those 2 positions. So I guess there is people involved. I take that back. Our general overtime. Overtime's a tough number to figure out. Between a bad storm, a late night arrest, somebody out sick, that's just a really tough number to figure out. We're generally right around that. What we're asking for is 150. We're right around that every year. We would reduce it, and that's rolling the dice. That's really risky. But some of the things we could save on are special events where we put on extra officers, such as the night before Halloween, we put on extra officers. January 1st, New Year's, we put on extra officers. St. Patrick's Day, we put on extra officers. Memorial Day, gun buyback program, the Be Well Summer program, we put on extra officers. These are all areas where we would have to not have officers present. Dispatcher overtime, same thing, and same impact. In-service training, we would reduce it by $15,000. leaving us with $5,000 for in-service training. We can do, we're mandated to do 40 hours a year of training by the state standard. We can go back to online by doing it online again. I just brought back in person last year, and my officers love that they have the ability to go back, leave work for a week, go to training, network, and hear an instructor in person. So we would go back to online. So that would help a little bit. But then it's all the other training. That's the 40 hours the state mandates us, but we want to do more than that. Just today, I got an email listing some area trainings that my officers could go to. One was impaired driving training, drug investigations, internal affair investigations, working with the mental health, working on de-escalation. These are things that cost money. It costs money to send people to the training because we have to pay for the training, and then we have to pay for them to be on overtime while at the training. So we're pretty much wiping out our training budget and just strictly going back to online, 40 hours, that's it. Some other bigger items would be repairs and maintenance. These cover things that go wrong in the building, right? From broken security cameras, those aren't cheap. It could be issues with our firearms, our radar units. Vehicle maintenance, another one where I'm really kind of rolling the dice on this one too. Our vehicles are maintained very well, but one transmission goes, and that's $9,000. We had a transmission go this year. So as you can see, I've reduced it. If it came to the point where the vehicle's not operable, then we'll put it out of service. And we have 2 backup police cars we keep for mostly detail purposes, and they're handy to have if a vehicle's out of service. So if we didn't have the money to fix it, we would wait till next year and it would sit out back. Special investigations, it's only $500, but this is pro-drug, it's mostly used for pro-drug investigations. Field supplies, this would be ammunition. We'd reduce it by $13,000. And let's see, new equipment, as I said, we're asking for $25,000. We'd knock it down to 10, reducing it by 15. Ballistic vest, radar units, things of that nature. And contractual services, that's always a large number for us. This is pretty much, we have an employee wellness program that we just got going. That's about $10,000. We would eliminate that. We would eliminate any sort of dues or memberships. For instance, I'm part of the International Chiefs of Police Association. It's not a large number. It's roughly like $800 a year, I think. But those are little things that I guess I could remove myself from being a member of, right? We have a contract with a public relations firm, which I've utilized often. I call it my insurance policy. And they're a great resource. They also maintain our website. Again, it's about $8,000. Could we do without it? I guess, sure. I think it's a great thing, but if I had to, we could do that. In our accreditation certification, we are accredited. I'm very proud of it, but it comes with a cost. So these are just some of the areas where I was able to get up to about over $200,000 in savings. It's pretty scary. I hope it never comes to this, but I'm not losing anybody. I feel like I should tell a joke because it's so serious in here. But that's it. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're on to MIS GIS, our IT department. I am David Kane. He is on vacation, luckily. We have David Kane as our director for town IT services, who works wonderfully with Jim DiGiulio. Let's just call him Jim. He's a great guy. Okay. So let's go over some of their important responsibilities in town. They, of course, are split into MIS, GIS, IT, oversee acquisition. MIS oversees the acquisition, implementation, and support of all town information technology. GIS, they develop, maintain, and distribute the town's geographic information system. IT assists departments daily with technology, software, and communication needs. They maintain our cybersecurity system. Of course, there's been a lot of cyber threats. We're constantly getting emails asking us to forward money to other accounts. Don't do that, people. It protects the town's systems, the town's infrastructure, so upgrading IT systems. Of course, the bigger ones are with fire and police. Manage GIS data, keep our information current and accessible for all the town staff and boards, between whatever they need for, from assessors to planning. Maintain the town's website. Of course, we have to constantly update all of our information that we're pushing out to the public. There is a large increase this year with our infrastructure. You're going to see that $70,000 that is is it broadband? Hold on. No. Broadcom. Broadcom ended up acquisitioning VMware. That was our major infrastructure that carries all of our important needs, anything from our Munis system to our emails. It's major and it's necessary. So what they did, it used to be perpetual licensing from, these different types of software that we're using. And now it's subscription-based. So this isn't only affecting most of the municipalities in town, it's affecting all the private companies. It's a monopoly. It seems to me extremely illegal. So we're looking into this now in what we can do, because right now that means it would be a $62,500 increase in that line item. So the only thing that we have deducted, we decided all of the other departments would take their own IT needs and put them into their own budget. So for instance, everybody's now budgeting for their own toner. Assessors uses a software, CAMA, so they would be budgeting for that. Anything Munis, and all of our departments pretty much touch upon that, so that will still be held by IT. So we're covering $8,200 we're pushing out of the IT budget, but we still have this looming $62,500 increase. And if you look at the IT budget, a lot of it we cannot do without. It's contractual services for all of our needs to keep our systems running. Training, I guess we could omit, but that's $18,700. We could reduce some office supplies, but again, to run printers and toners, and you need mice, not the squeaky mice like the mouse. Travel and mileage we could knock out, but that's only $700. So just like some other departments, we would be looking at personnel, whether it's reduction in hours. But again, there's not that much that we can do without in this budget. We do have grant savings. We have $15,000 annually that helps reduce costs for this budget. So we're still exploring, but again, this comes down to a personnel reduction in hours. Is that it? Yep. And now we're on to recreation. Hi, I'm Allie Lane. So many faces tonight. Okay, so the Recreation Department consists of Allie Lane, she is our director, and Megan Jordan, the program coordinator. Going to, okay. So their responsibilities in town, they schedule the use of the town hall gym, the parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, pickleball, ball fields, town common, dog park. They, of course, well-known for their summer camps. They have over 300-plus families. They offer inclusive, affordable programming, support community events and traditions, partner with schools, DPW, police, fire, senior center, most recently, promote outdoor activity and healthy lifestyles. And they even partnered recently with Health and Human Services to address self-confidence needs for girls, which is great. Right now, they're a fee-based revolving fund. They are finding it very difficult to maintain their wages out of that fund, and they have for a few years now. So we've been offsetting a little bit of their wages from the general fund. Most communities do fund their wages from the general fund, and all the programming and everything is run through the revolving fund. So what they're asking for, if they had to be level funded, they would not be able to do it. The level service funding, they're looking for $83,978 in order to help with the wage side. They have a lot of, well, let's just say there's Teamworks in town, so there's the competition there. They unfortunately don't have adequate space, so it was recreation primarily that we were trying to find housing for, if you will, so they could actually conduct their programs in-house and have people there safely. And, right now, I don't know if most of you know, but they're in the bottom of our town hall, and it's a basement. So that is definitely a future need. I don't know if some people don't feel safe dropping their kids off, or if it's the aesthetics, or again, it's the competition of other places in town like YMCA that offer big programs, Teamworks. But I know for a fact the town values all of the programs. We do adult programs in town, so we have, basketball leagues, of course, the pickleball. We have the little babies that come in, preschool. We have, Lego programs, Minecraft, everything under the sun they can think of, they do. But it's at the point of time that they cannot afford to pull the wages out of that revolving fund. So without it, the recreation revolving account can contribute $100,000 towards wages. Other than that, they're looking for the $83,978. This is another example of a department that we would have to reduce significant hours in order to, or, terminate a position. So we really have nowhere else to go in this budget other than that. All right, and now we are at my budget, and I would like my illustrious Assistant Town Administrator to come up and talk about, this is rec, sorry. Yeah, everyone has the handouts. Yep. All right, Diane.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all. I'm Diane Wackel, the Assistant Town Administrator. I also serve as the HR Director. We have a number of things that administration serves. We support the Town Administrator with daily operations, Select Board policy initiatives. We manage recruitment, training, and personnel activities. We handle labor relations, union negotiations, benefits, workers' comp, building liability insurances. We process alcohol, entertainment, common victualler, other licenses. We prepare the annual operating and capital budgets. We oversee procurement, contracts, grants, fiscal stability with finance, treasurer, collector, and accounting. We provide agendas, packets, minutes for the select board, preparing for our meetings. We share updates via website, social media, and press releases, maintains open communication with residences and businesses. We work with all the department heads and committees to ensure smooth operations. We prepare warrants, logistics, motions for annual town meeting, special town meetings. We support election planning with the town clerk. And we are the first contact for citizens, providing assistance and directing inquiries. We would have to, for a level-funded budget, we would have to reduce a total of $21,525. So some of the things, again, another budget where we don't have much room for reduction. We would have to reduce the, right now, we have a full-time town administrator, myself, and we have 2 full-time executive assistants. We would reduce one of the executive position by 6 hours, which would, that reduction in administrative hours to support executive functions would be the impact. One of our executive assistants, after 35 years, is going to retire in this fiscal year. She has a $950 natural occurrence of longevity that would be reduced. Contractual services for our town report, we're going to do the in-house rather than hiring somebody to help us with that, but that would also put more demand on our staff. We can reduce office supplies. The impact of that are fewer resources available for organization and efficiency. The mileage reimbursement line we could reduce, making fewer trips into the community. The select board meeting expenses, right now we have $2,000 for our select board members to attend the annual MMA conference in January. We've had a couple that have enjoyed doing that. It's useful for them. They would no longer be able to do that. And reducing printing with a lot of other departments that have done that. Again, additional workload on staff. And this is our budget, and it consists of, the executive administration budget consists of the select board, the town administrator, economic development, town reports, and town hall office supplies. And this is all located in the back. Let me hand out. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to have Jason come up, and then he'll have his staff come up, but he's going to flow right into the financial trends. And this is the most integral part, the ending piece. And I know sometimes it can be, not that he's long and boring, but honestly, it's numbers, but it's very interesting because, you know, we all question, we had $4 million in levy capacity, we're down to 700, where did it go? Well, this will tell you the story, and he promises to plug through it, but really try to concentrate.
And we're not to the questions part yet, but when we get through the departmental presentation, people can stop me, and if they don't understand what I'm saying, feel free to stop me, ask any question anytime during my presentation. Well, after this part for my department. But I'm Jason Little, I'm the finance director, and I supervise the finance department, which is composed of an accounting division, and the town accountant is Katie Holt. So I have the pleasure of supervising a department that is actually 3 departments combined under one. There's 3 divisions. The accounting division, we have a town accountant, Katie Holt, who's here tonight. We have an assessing division. The principal assessor's here tonight, Lee Keamanavong. We have a treasurer-collector division, and the treasurer is here tonight, Lisa Trost. One highlight about this budget is 85 to 90% personnel, and the budget for FY26 is $1.1 million. when we went through the exercise of trying to figure out what we would cut versus level funding versus level services, with a budget of 85 to 90% personnel, it would be very difficult to do that, but to eliminate any suspense. This year's a reval year for the assessing. They had a drop in contracted services because FY27 is no longer a reval year. We were reevaluated by the state where they look at all our data. I'm sure Lee will talk a little more about that when he gets up. But one thing I did want to talk about was we've been fairly stable in our staffing levels throughout the years. And in 2009, the first fiscal year that I started with the town as town accountant myself, we had 10 full-time equivalencies in that year. It was cut slightly through the years, and then we've eventually brought that back to 10.1 full-time equivalencies today. But through those years, there's been a number of organizational changes, so I just wanted to review that. But let me just tell you briefly, I forgot this part of it, but if I was to summarize what the department does, and each one of the division heads are going to speak more about what they do, but we worry day to day about Mass General Law. Everything that the town does has to be enabled by Mass General Law, so the 3 division heads carry responsibilities that are called out in Mass General Law. So you would find that a town accountant, a principal assessor, a treasurer, collector do most of the same things, 99% of the same things in other towns, even though the organization may be different. The department is the watchdog of public funds. We're the internal auditors for the town. We also coordinate with the financial statement audit with a third-party CPA firm. That's not included in our budget. That's included in the select board budget, the CPA firm's audit. The day-to-day financial activities of the town flow through this department. Accounts payable warrants, payroll. We administer employee and retiree benefits through the treasurer's office, financial record keeping. The accountant is the custodian of contracts for the town. We administer grants, administer a general ledger, which is computerized. That's the Munis system that we heard about, that the licensing is paid for from the MIS budget. We maintain a CAMA system through the assessor's office. That stands for a computer-aided mass appraisal, and that keeps records of all the taxable property in town. The assessor's office helps citizens with tax and exemption aid. We administer debt. We advise on fiscal policy, and over time, the office has taken on more responsibility with the budget and supporting building committees, the financial planning committee, appropriations committee, and the select board as well. So I said I was going to go through some of these organizational changes. So this is a big, long thing. I don't blame anybody if they have a hard time reading it, but these are all the changes in the structure of the office over time. So the separate finance departments, we had 10 full-time equivalents in 2009. Soon after I started, it was soon after the recession in 2008 that led to what the governor has powers to cut state aid to cities and towns called 9C cuts. They employed 9C cuts, so we had to look for savings in the budgets. We were in a very dark budget time when I started with the town. That led to us cutting 0.75 full-time equivalents in the finance department. What that was the assistant town accountant was cut back to by 0.25, and an administrative assistant position in the treasurer's office was a half-time position was cut. So the finance divisions operated as separate departments until town code was updated to allow the creation of a finance director, treasurer, collector position in 2012. And then that's when all the divisions became organized under one department. So that's just what this section of that former table is meant to display. It's the administrative assistant being cut, and then it shows the assistant town accountant's position being cut back to 0.75%. The 2012, it shows the treasurer collector going to 0, whereas the finance director treasurer position is added to 1, and then you can see over time the assistant town accountant's hours were slowly added back through multiple years. The next round of changes was the town code was updated to allow the option of a finance director, town accountant position, or an individual finance director in FY 2019. So the town accountant was appointed as the finance director, town accountant, following the retirement of the former finance director, treasurer collector. That finance director, town accountant was myself. I'm now just the finance director, and the town accountant is Katie Holt. Those positions were segregated. And then also notable is fiscal year 2021 reflected reorganization in the assessing division. So prior to FY21, the Board of Assessor members, which are mostly an advisory board that Lee works with, were doing the field work. Those were very experienced people that were assessors in other communities, and year after year, they were doing less and less field work, and we had to figure out how to get that done. We changed one of the job descriptions. We had 2 administrative assistants in that office. We converted one to being a data collector, and then a administrative assistant still. But the Board of Assessor members are no longer doing field work. And then in 2025, the finance director role was separated from the town accountant position, and the town accountant was appointed in September, almost a year. So town code, I mean, there's one administrative hurdle that's still to be met, which is the appointment authority of my position is being changed within the charter. And that was approved at town meeting this past year, but that has to be voted on the ballot since it's a charter change. And that will be coming up at the next annual election next May. So again, it happened, but there's one administrative hurdle in the town's code to still happen to follow what actually happened. And that shows those remaining changes that I just discussed. And in this exercise of level surface versus level funded, approximately 85 to 90% is personnel versus expense. So we focused the cuts on professional services and expenses. The cuts would limit training. In our budget to begin with, we didn't have a lot of expensive training. It's mostly in state. We're focused on Mass General Law and conditions and legal changes in the state. So we do need to maintain our professional certifications and attend training, but there's a small amount that we could cut there and in professional services within accounting. One thing that we could do if we had to was we send 3 tax bills out. We could reduce that to just 2 tax bills during the year. That would be a decline in service to the public if you don't want to do that, but that would be something that we could do in order to bring the budget into as level funded. And that's what it would look like with those changes. I am going to ask Lee K. Omanabong to come up here, and like I said, I have the pleasure of supervising 3 great department heads within this division, within these divisions. And if you'll see me again, you'll be sick of me by the end of the night.
Hello, my name is Lee Kiomanibong. I'm a principal assessor. The primary focus of the assessing division is the administration of all laws related to taxation in compliance with Department of Revenue standards. These standards can be broken down into 2 categories, the appraisal section and assessment administration. The appraisal section pertains to the annual valuation of all property throughout the town. There's also a recertification audit by the state done every 5 years. FY26 is a certification year. I'm dealing with the state audit right now. It's fun. So for those of you that don't know, property taxes fund about 75% of the annual budget. The taxes that you pay are based on the assessed value of your property, and it's important that all property be valued as accurately as possible so that each property owner can pay their fair share of the tax burden. Just to take you through the process, it all starts with property inspection. I have 2 full-time staff members. One of them primarily is my field inspector. He does most of the inspections for the office. He averages about 800 inspections per year. Some of these inspections include building permits for value changes in the new growth that Jason needs. All sales that occur get an inspection as well as the cyclical reinspection program. The state wants all properties to be visited at least once every 10 years. We also deal with market analyses. We review all sales that occur every year, look at the rental market and just overall market trends every year. We then make our adjustments and submit our findings to the state for their approval. All this leading up to the tax classification hearing where I come before the select board, present you with approved values from the state, hopefully approved budget numbers from Jason, put all those together where the select board will discuss tax rate options. So that'll be coming soon. So far with the state audit, the state is pleased with the amount of inspections that have occurred and are being planned each year and throughout the years. As Jason previously mentioned, our inspections used to be done by part-time board members who were clearly of retirement age. It's gotten a little bit better now. So the state is very pleased with that. They also like the data that they've seen. I've started submitting some of my analysis to the state. So far, so good with this year's certification. The other part, is assessment administration. It's basically providing assistance to all taxpayers regarding questions to property value, motor vehicle excise, ownership, and general office policy. My assistant Patty handles the majority of the tax relief programs that we offer. Some of these tax relief programs include personal property exemptions, elderly, blind, disabled veterans, just to name a few. We grant around 94 applications each year. Also, in conjunction with the Senior Center, we have the Senior Work-Off. Able-bodied senior property owners can work a certain amount of hours, and those hours can just offset their tax burden. Used to have about 16 participants. I believe that number has risen to 24 from what I could tell. There's also chapter land programs and the new motor vehicle exemptions for disabled veterans. Assessment administration also processes all abatements, real estate and personal property, motor vehicle excise. You got rid of your car. Do I get an adjustment on the tax bill? Yes. What did you do with the license plate? Did you sell it? You know, that type of thing. We also do a certified abutters list to help out with planning and zoning hearings, and updating information from the Registry of Deeds, new ownership, newly filed plans. When the state looked at our in-office policies, very pleased with the organization of our tax programs. Some of her towns that she also reviews, nowhere near the amount of our organization, so she was very pleased. And as far as budgetary notes, as far as level funding, as Jason mentioned, this year is a certification year. My Board of Assessors wanted to bring in additional vendor services for the commercial. That won't happen in fiscal '27. I do my analysis in-house, so my budget actually decreases in that budget line. And as far as staffing, I have everything I need, and again, for FY '27, my budget actually goes down. So that's all I have.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katie Holt, the town accountant. I work with I supervise one full-time employee, the assistant town accountant. We work closely with the assessing. Oh, did I not? Thank you. We work closely with assessing and treasurers, obviously. Some of our day-to-day responsibilities include recording all the financial transactions for the town,
which amounts to thousands of journal entries per year. We maintain the general ledger, which includes setting up GL accounts in accordance with UMAS, which stands for Uniform Massachusetts Accounting System. We perform monthly cash reconciliations with the treasurer between her cash book and our GL. We are responsible for vendor maintenance, which includes collecting all the tax forms and maintaining any address changes, anything like that that comes up throughout the year. We generate 1099 forms, typically between 120 and 150 per year. We are the custodian of contracts, which we track through our purchase order system. Let's see. Accounts payable, I know Jason touched on this, but we run a weekly AP warrant. We import biweekly school warrants. We have miscellaneous tax refund warrants. Let's see, in FY25, we printed 8,685 checks and processed 9,899 invoices. We are responsible for reviewing every expenditure to ensure the legality of spending and the availability of funds. We oversee the grants, and that includes tracking expenditures and assisting with reporting. We prepare annual financial statements, and we ensure that we're following procurement requirements. In FY25, we processed 179 purchase orders. I am going to keep it brief and call Lisa Trost, our treasurer, up here.
Hi, everyone. I'm the treasurer collector for the town. I'm going to be very brief because I hate public speaking and I'm wicked nervous. But the treasurer collector division is responsible for billing and collection of taxes, obviously, but we also take in receipt of all the town revenue as well, which includes like the department turn-ins and things like that. The department consists of myself, and then I have 3 full-time employees. I have an assistant treasurer collector whose duties are mainly payroll and benefit administration, among other tasks that I give her. Then I have an assistant collector and an admin assistant who are busy, very busy, collecting the taxes and working on other collections I'll get into later. So for numbers, we have almost 2,000 personal property tax bills that are processed a year and over 16,000 real estate tax bills. And as Jason said, right now we mail 3 times a year. And already that is not making customers happy, because when we mail that preliminary bill in July, it has the August voucher and the November voucher, and many people forget that second voucher goes with that mailing. So if we were to eliminate and go down to twice a year, you'd get 2 mailings a year, and then you get 2 vouchers in there to return, and some people always forget that second one, and then they're surprised when they have a past due balance. So that's never a nice conversation. We do feel bad. So that could be tricky and might not be the best service for the town. But if that's what we have to do, that is definitely an option. Our collection rate is holding strong at 99%, which is great. We have only 65 accounts in tax title currently, which is only 1% of our total parcels. So that's pretty good average for this size of town. Other billing and receivables that we're responsible for are the sealer weights and measures, which is the calibration of the cash registers and the gas pumps, things like that. We work with the state on that. And also the solid waste billing for the retail stores, which would be your stickers and your trash bags that the stores sell in town. So we bill them. Both of those tasks are actually new to my department, so my financial assistant does those, the administrative admin, so that's a new task. So I couldn't imagine dropping personnel hours, because we've actually taken on some more responsibilities. So that kind of highlights why we went with hitting the expenses rather than the personnel expense. As I said, the assistant treasurer collector handles the payroll and benefit administration, which includes active employees and retirees. And this is the health insurance, the life insurance. We file the 941s, and we do the annual W-2s. Monthly reconciliation of cash to the bank balances. So I have to balance to the bank, and then I also have to balance to Katie's general ledger, as she said earlier. And last but not least, we oversee investments and borrowing with adherence to Mass General Law and Northborough's financial policies. We work with our financial advisor, which is Hilltop, and our bond counsel to help to, work with them on those. That's it. Thank you.
All right, I don't have a grand closing statement, but just I wanted to thank Lee, Lisa, and Katie for coming up and introducing themselves and doing a presentation with me on this. And like I said, our budget is primarily staff. It's approximately 85 to 90% personnel versus expenses. And our cuts, we'd eliminate just services. We would not be proposing to eliminate any hours or people from our department. And then the risk to cutting further, it would limit, making these cuts would limit training and professional development and service to the public. Specifically, professional certifications could be lost or progress toward them could be slowed. Could put us behind in terms of succession planning. I mean, these are niche skills that people have, and it's hard to find replacements for people, so we want to retain and develop our staff that we have. And then, again, we'd reduce one tax bill mailing that we are not legally required to do, but we find it very helpful to do. And the property tax bill, it does account for approximately 80% of our taxes and revenue in town, so we want to make sure we don't have a drop in our 99% collection rate, because that's a very reliable revenue source. And, thank you, everybody. It is, I know. I thought we had two separate PowerPoints. Oh, that's it. Okay.
So this is the time where if you want to raise your hand and stop Jason, again, it'll be very detailed. It's going to bring us back a few years, and then we'll go to where we are now and then our future thoughts. So feel free to ask questions.
People on Zoom, they raise their hand, we'll deal with this. Okay. Okay, so as Stephanie said, where's Dan? Oh, good, okay. All right, so this is what I plan to talk about tonight. We're going to review the prior financial trend and budget summit models and assumptions that I've used. And so we're going to travel through what has changed and give a historical perspective. I feel like there's an explanation owed because we started in doing what was called financial trend monitoring, and we did financial projections at those meetings. The last one of those branded under the title Financial Trend Monitoring was December 22. And the projections that we produced then did not reveal the need for an override. It seemed like there was going to be smooth horizons going off into the future in terms of developing budgets with level services and so forth. So that's going to be the start of what I'm going to be talking about. The next part of the presentation would be reviewing the current model and assumptions, and then the focus tonight would just be about talking about next year and then the following 4 years and our 5-year projections. And then at the end of that, I just want to touch back to what our financial policies are, discuss them broadly, and this is like really the start of our FY27 budget cycle. So within this agenda item, the different time periods and points on the timeline that I want to call out is December 22, where we did a presentation under what was called the Financial Trend Monitoring System. This was prior to the FY24 budget being developed and going forward publicly. The 5-year projections that were discussed were for FY24 through 28. We came forward to the April 2024 town meeting where we voted on the 25 budget. There was no financial trend monitoring system presentation or financial summit leading up to that budget. So I wanted to touch back and review those estimates that were used then and discuss what changed from that period of time. Then there was the August 2024 summit, which was last year in this room. That was prior to the FY26 budget being developed. And 5-year projections were discussed there. That was FY26 to 2030. What followed that, I'm not going to talk about it, except we'll see the debt related to the fire station project. But October 2024, following those presentations, a special town meeting was held and the fire station was approved. And then following that, last on this list of historical timelines, is the April 2025 town meeting where we voted on the FY26 budget. So this is nothing new for this presentation. It's just, I'm going to go through it briefly. But these are the assumptions that were used back in time, for FY24 when we did the 22 financial trend monitoring system. Taxes increased by the what's allowable under Proposition 2.5. New growth that year was estimated to be $40 million in value, which results in $592,000 of new revenue for FY24. $30 million was projected in all of the following years from 25 to 28. And existing unused levy capacity at the time was available to use to balance the budget. Through the projections, state aid was very conservatively estimated to increase 1% annually. Motor vehicle excise and other local receipts were projected to increase about 2.5% per year from 24 to 28. We were crafting these projections to adhere to the town's financial policies. There's no one-time revenue tricks or gimmicks. There's maintaining financial reserves was a goal, and then continuing to invest in the capital improvement plan. Going forward, these were the expense assumptions that were used at the time for this projection. Open funding was returned to the budget in FY24 at $550,000. Leading up to that, the prior years, OPEB had been cut through the COVID cuts. And it was slowly brought back. It was brought back at $300,000 in 23. Then it was restored to what we had in our funding plan that we've used for our actuarial evaluations, back to $550, and then it was assumed to be increasing to $600 to $650 annually for the rest of the out years. Debt service for major projects was included. At the time, we were considering a fire station project that was estimated to be $25 million. We modeled debt for 20 years at that point. In the capital plan as well, we considered debt for the Proctor roof, a fire engine for $900,000, a DPW tight tank for $400,000. The athletic complex at Algonquin was being considered, and the Peasley feasibility was being considered for $800,000. Beyond that, nothing further was modeled or considered in the financial models for the future. So again, as this note, I added this note afterwards, but this is just a slide from the original presentation. But this was where we saw a weakness when we updated these numbers and refined the practice for the future. Was there was no mention of what we were going to do about the remaining $25 million in the capital plan. So going forward, the operating budgets in this projection estimated 3.5% increases annually. I think we knew that Assabet Regional High School's enrollment was increasing, so I think a 5% increase, that's why that one was different. And then they were projected to increase 3.5% annually, and then again, the attempt was to maintain level services. So what the expense projections look like at that time. We had an education budget that flowed through. We had some actual numbers in here for the addition renovation debt for Algonquin. Then the complex debt was modeled. I don't think it played out in terms of this being like that exactly. I think it was less. They banned the project first before issuing permanent debt. So I think that number there is pretty high. So some things have gone down in the future, but the weakness with this model was specifically the town's general government budget, where we just took the total of the town's general government budget and budgeted 3.5%. So that 3.5% also included health insurance and the Worcester Regional Retirement Assessment. At the time, it's been known for some time that the Worcester Regional Retirement System, which is the town's pension system, it's a multi-employer system, it was underfunded. They have to meet a funding requirement of 2040 to become fully funded. To get there, it's known that assessment's going to increase 10% a year. The assessments to towns were actuarially rated within that system, so we pay our share of it, but the total assessment's going to be 10%, so we don't know exactly what that amount is going to be until around January. But if we drop that in within a 3.5% increase, we know that's going to lead to cuts in other departments, which was one weakness with this method here. So we have since refined that going forward, as you'll see it in future models. Other than that, this is what what I feel like an explanation is needed for. So we were projecting unused capacity of $4.4 million and drawing that down to 2.5. So again, I added that note there. There's no override on the horizon in 22. So what happened in between? That's the explanation I'm trying to give. So projected taxes. This was from the presentation in December 22. It's always been known that the town was going to, when it had that first debt service payment for that fire station project, there was going to be a large increase in taxes. This is from the December 22 projection. It projected an 11% increase in FY25. That didn't actually happen until 26, but we were modeling an 11% increase in the year that would first hit the budget. In terms of accuracy and looking back in time, the average single tax bill, family tax bill, we projected back in 2026 was modeled to be $10,484. What we took to town meeting was estimated to be $10,429. So I'm not making this point to say that we're so good at doing projections and figuring things out, but I am, but I'm also making this point because this type of process is incredibly important to lay out what is happening over multiple years. And looking back, I mean, we're talking about these numbers. This is very close to what we're facing now, and it was foreseen. And again, this is the chart that was published as part of that presentation back in December 22. Again, this is where it was projecting we'd be in 2026. Pretty on target with where we ended up actually in 26. So then what changed between?
Sorry, you said we could interrupt. Could you go back to the last slide? What was the average percent for that period 12 to 23? Do you know, you have the number, but do you know what the percent is?
The percentage.
Okay, that's okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I can
Curious.
tell you later, but.
No problem.
I don't know that off the top of my head. So I can tell you the individual percentages per year.
That's okay.
So when it happened, this is just a very, this wasn't from the original presentation, but this was to navigate what happened between the FY23, where we had $4.8 million of unused levy capacity. We projected we were going to have 4.4, and then we ended up with only $4 million. So we used in FY24 $744,000, even though we only showed that we were going to use about $400,000. So that was the start of things. We modeled 3.5% that year for budget increases. What we actually had, and this is highly summarized, this is all of the school budgets, including debt service and the assessments from the regional schools, but those totaled 5% that year. And then town government was 4%. Somehow we've fit that in with health insurance that year too, 4% increase with health insurance and the. What is it now? Well, we had to break it out, so we'll get there. So no summit was held the next year. What happened during FY25? This was the budget that I think 4 town administrators were involved with working on. So, and what was the result? We projected in December 22 a 3.5% increase. It was, education was 5% again, the town was 8%. There were pent-up needs that were met. There's arguments about, whether those were needed or not. But what happened in the end was this budget used another $1.5 million of that levy capacity. So what did we project last year at this time? And how close were our projections? So what assumptions did we use then? We're not that far off from the assumptions we've always used. New growth is going to be $30 million in value, which is fairly conservative from 25 to 2030. Existing unused levy capacity will be available to use to balance the budget. Overrides or debt exclusions, because this is the first year that we're seeing that overrides could potentially be on the horizon with reasonable budget increases. So overrides or debt exclusions are modeled where needed to balance the budget. Again, state aid was estimated conservatively. Motor vehicle, other local receipts projected to increase conservatively 2% per year from 26 through 2030. And then we modeled more capital in this projection. So this assumption has to assume that $2.875 million was going to be available from free cash for the capital improvement plan and used toward the operating budget. It adhered to our financial policies, so we were maintaining financial reserves and we're continuing to invest in the capital plan. So I highlighted these things, but this was from the presentation last year. So again, we're continuing to fund OPEB contributions. Debt service for major capital projects is included. So the fire station project was then known to be more accurately to be around 42 million. I think we modeled it being without the geothermal grants. So we modeled the 30 years of debt net of those. Peaslee School's feasibility is now $900,000, but we assumed 50% MSBA reimbursement. The Algonquin Complex debt, for that approved project has been refined in the model. Nothing included for the Peaslee construction debt because at this time it was assumed to be approved in 2030 and is outside the model, the 5-year projection model. So nothing included for the town hall project debt because at this time we were talking about building a town hall in White Cliffs. And I think reviewing the capital plan, doing a process like this of having financial projections really revealed that we can't take on too many projects. And the estimates for the building a town hall at White Cliffs were somewhere in the neighborhood of $60 million. And dropping a $60 million project in the midst of following a fire station project and before an elementary school that was estimated to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $90 to $100 million with, obviously there'd be MSBA reimbursement coming back for the school, but it just did not seem feasible. And I think that helped people realize that that was not likely and then look to improving our existing town offices that have been used temporarily and putting more Band-Aids on that building in the meantime while we come up with a more tangible plan for where town hall is going to be located. The key budget increases we considered back then, we modeled 3%, not because anybody told us they could produce a level services budget for 3%, but we had to use something, and it had to be had to be constrained in order to demonstrate that the budget would need to be constrained in order to avoid an override. The fixed costs that we budgeted at 4% at the time. We had a long period of time where we survived within 2 to 3% increases in our health insurance budget. We looked at claims data frequently. And again, we budgeted Worcester Regional Retirement to be 10%. We also responded to calls for saving for the Fire Safer Grant employees, that when the Safer Grant, it's a federal grant that allowed us to hire 8 firefighters, which was done in 2025, was approved and done in 2025, and we had proposed and had responded to calls to create a savings mechanism to save for those positions when the grant runs out, and assume we would continue employing those firefighters, and how to fund that. That was ultimately voted down, but again, that was built into this model. Attempt to maintain level services, and affordability is in quotes, but there's a measure there. We do look at some measures, data that would speak to affordability. So speaking of the capital plan, these are the totals that were taken out of the capital plan at the time. So for FY25, there are $50 million of projects, but that included the fire station, which had since been approved. 26, they total $7.2 million. So what we did, the $7.2 million, we backed out everything that would be funded from something else, someplace else beyond the general fund. We subtracted enterprise fund projects, subtracted the regional high school assessment, contains the debt for the pay-as-you-go capital that is proposed for the high school. The ambulance revolving fund funds the ambulance purchases, so we subtracted that from the model. The town hall project, we did have a placeholder for a town hall project for $20 million. I mean, that didn't factor into anything else, but it was just put there as a placeholder. Again, we assumed we were not doing that project, whether it be for West Main Street to renovate that for town hall use, or the White Cliffs building. And then we adjusted the Peasley estimate for it to be 50% of $90 million. So this model assumed we were going to have free cash available to apply to the capital plan, and then we were going to borrow for everything that the capital plan was short. What actually happened at town meeting, it's actually rosier than that, because we applied $2.5 million to what was actually approved at town meeting, and then $0 in debt. So this $3.812 million is not a looming expense that we're going to have to pay debt service for in a future year. It may come back, the articles that weren't approved may continue, but it's not going to be debt. Then how close were our estimates that we used from the 3%? Education ended up being 47.6 million versus 47.4, not too far off. The town budget was, if you add up all these components of it, these are the town departments. Everybody you heard from tonight, except for the schools, is included in this $15 million. So this was the proposed stabilization fund for the firefighters, non-excluded debt service, health insurance. I mean, these are fixed costs. The health insurance, we are estimating 4% back then. The retirement assessment, that was 10%. Solid waste subsidy, that was just 4% estimation. Then other fixed costs were 4% as well. So the actual budget that we took to town meeting was 29.7 million versus 29.3. But it's not just a difference of $400,000, it's really $800,000 more than what's shown here, because the safer stabilization ended up being proposed to come from free cash and not from the tax levy. So it would be disingenuous to say it was just $400,000. It's actually $800,000 more than what this showed. This is the effect of adding the debt service for those projects that were short in the, so $5.5 million is being shown here as debt service related in the outer years, related to projects that are approved earlier that did not end up being approved. And this is what the revenue projections looked like. This resulted in us needing to look for $3.2 million of an override starting in 2028. This model here showed the unused capacity being brought down to $795,000 in 26. So it would be virtually used up in 27, and then an override would need to be sought at these rates using those assumptions. So when we went forward to town meeting, after having seen some of the changes in the actual budget requests and so forth, that number shown to town meeting was 716, so it was brought down even further. So again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but back at the 2024 budget summit, there was a call to incrementally break out what each person's tax bill paid for. So we presented that last year. We presented it again at town meeting, but this is the incremental impact estimates to the average single-family home tax bill. So, for example, so the estimated tax bill was $10,488. 7,000 would be from the education budgets. 4,300 is from the general government budgets. Obviously, that adds up to more than what the tax bill is. So, going through these numbers, you can see that it's offset by state aid, local receipts. So, if we get more state aid, more local receipts, that reduces the tax burden. So that's how that plays out, and that adds up down to 10,488, and that's how we've broken out in both places, both at the summit last year and then at town meeting this past year. And then again, I just am reiterating, we projected during this model, we projected a $10,484 average single-family tax bill for FY26 versus 2025's town meeting, where we estimated 10,429. It's virtually on target with that. Coincidentally, the same number as the prior year. Different assumptions led to it, but it's coincidentally came out to the same number. And again, this is the graph that we showed from the plot of the prior year taxes. And sorry, I don't have the percentages, but this is what was projected the financial trend in December 22, and this is what was projected last year for tax bill increases. So what assumptions did we go to with town meeting? This is just from the presentation that was made at town meeting. Taxes would increase 9.36% to meet the budget. Local receipts, we increased those 5% that year because it was justified given positive performance in motor vehicle and investment income. State aid, 7% of the budget. We increased that 2.83% when we had actual numbers. And so some things changed from that presentation, but what else changed? Oh, this got messed up. But, okay, so we had a proposed free cash plan under our financial policies. We propose a free cash plan, under the free cash policy in our financial policies. Every year we will present a free cash plan. This was the proposed plan that we were certified at $4.627 million. We proposed to use $2.8 million for the capital plan, $500,000 for the operating budget. And again, this complies with our financial policies because they say that we won't use more than $500,000 of free cash toward our operating budget. Could that change? Yes, but the reason for that was we put a lot of thought back in 2010 for the financial policies to bring that down, and we knew we were going to be bond rated by Moody's leading into borrowing for the fire station. It's the largest debt issue we had encountered before, and we knew that the bond rating agencies look at using free cash in your operating budget, they would call that a structural deficit because you're planning to spend more money than you're taking in on an operating basis. Using it toward your capital plan, to those analysts, would be fine because you're aligning one-time revenues with one-time expenses. But using it in your operating budget, that's something that's frowned upon. So we were very reluctant to consider changing that at the time. These were the other uses of free cash. There was an article for the Revolution 250th celebration. The Appropriations Reserve Fund article is funded out of the free cash plan. A routine transfer to stabilization, and we're also proposing the $400,000 for the special purpose stabilization. So we were leaving $500,000 plus our stabilization fund. Those two things per our reserves comprise our reserves, and per our budget that was projected, that's 8%. So that's well within our policy guidelines of 5 to 10%. Because there were some articles that were not approved, the $400,000 was not approved. Stabilization, we had more investment returns and knew about them. So by the end of the year, we had $6.5 million in stabilization. So the reserves, including free cash, that was left over, the apologize for these not aligning, they did on my screen. Those add up to reserves with free cash, $7.8 million, and versus the budget, that's 9.12%. So we're still within our financial policies. So what happened between the summit and 2026? So this is what we projected in 24. This is what the actual budget was. And again, I'm using this date of November to reflect when the state sets our tax rate, because that's typically, from an accountant or finance perspective, the tax recap, when the tax rate is set, that's when your budget is set for the year. So that's the date for knowing this. That was my intent of having that there. So what happened? We were projecting to bringing down the unused levy to $795,000 at the summit. The education budgets came in at 4%. The schools made an effort to constrain their budgets and come in with, based on the discussion at this meeting, town government as a whole came in at 8%. And don't worry, I'm going to go into that a little bit. So that's raises a question immediately. But this is now 930. We're projecting that to be 932. Lee's working with the state again, as you heard from him. We are looking like, instead of $30 million as we projected back here of new growth, we're probably going to have closer to 40 million, and that's what this projects here. That's why the unused levy has grown from what we projected at the summit meeting, and that's related to $10 million of additional growth in value. So education was 4% versus a 3% projection. Town government, 8%. So, all right. So what was the 8%? So the town department requests, those came to 6%. It's a collective bargaining year. These weren't crazy requests. I think if you back out the money that was put aside for collective bargaining, which was $400,000, the increase was more like 3.6%. Non-excluded debt service, that went up because we issued debt for some items that were originally proposed to come from ARPA. They were eventually not approved to come from there, and other and those were used for other purposes. The ARPA grant funds were used for other purposes. But what that led to was a debt service being needed for the tight tank at the DPW garage and a fire truck. So 26, our debt service is going up slightly as a result of those two items, because we rarely have encountered through our capital plan any new non-excluded debt service. So we've only used debt service for large debt-excluded projects. This is the real story, what's behind everything. health insurance. We had a budget of $6.5 million in FY25. The end of February, I should go back. We used a 4% projection at the summit. Those looked like good numbers at the time. We've historically been 2 to 3% premium increases, or budget increases, I should say. We were looking at claims data that didn't look so good in December. We were hearing 10 to 12% increase. We had some capacity within the budget, and we were thinking we could get through with an 8% increase in health insurance in the budget to make it work with 8%. School vacation week of February, we get a call from I took it off as vacation, but Thursday we had a quick call from our health insurance consultant that they needed to have a meeting with us. Lisa had the meeting. I wasn't there. She's texting me during the meeting. The renewal's 29%, not 10 to 12%. So it's just an example of nothing in our operations improved as a result of this. We just renewed our health insurance for employees that we're obligated to offer. At the same time, our premiums went up 17.99%. We accommodated that within a 17% budget increase. We felt lucky we had a 17.99 premium increase at the time, because versus 29, it came down to 25. Then we worked through our consultants to bring it down to 17.99% for Harvard Pilgrim. But again, this is a piece of employee benefits, doesn't help us expand services, anything, but that's 1.1 million behind that 8% increase. The retirement assessment, that was some good news. It didn't go up 10%, it only went up 8%. The solid waste subsidy, once we trued that up to what it actually had to be, was 11%. Other fixed costs, we brought that down as a last-minute budget maneuver to preserve levy capacity. And then our transfers in, this includes the recreation mechanism, the fire department's, the underwriting of the fire department that the fire chief mentioned during his presentation. All of those transfers in, you see them in the town meeting, town government budget article being listed out in that article. We appropriate from those other sources and transfer them in to underwrite the town departments. Those went down as well, so those offset what was available for the town department requests. And then, again, what are other fixed costs? I broke those out. That's more employee benefits than health insurance, life insurance, other benefits. That's basically where we budget for sick time buyback, which is very limited. It's not very much money. It's primarily the employer share of Medicare. It's calling it FICA here, but it's the employer share of Medicare. Our workers' comp premiums, building liability insurance, state assessments. We're obligated to pay for a student to attend the Norfolk Agricultural High School. That's the tuition and transportation for one student. That's included on the town budget. And then reserve for abatements, that's overlay. We did talk about this a lot at the time, and I don't know if we need to go into the whole discussion about it, but we had Lee Kayamanavang, our assessors, done a good job working with our council for cases at the ATB and resolving some of them. So you can go from having a deficit in our overlay, which is what's set aside to give tax abatements, to having a surplus. A couple years ago, I think in FY25, we used $600,000 of overlay surplus towards, because of settling cases for less than we had budgeted in the overlay. $600,000 was declared surplus, and when we used it for the capital plan. And then offsets. This is relevant here, and I'll just bring it up. Jen mentioned this in her presentation. We get state aid for libraries. It's included in our overall state aid that comes into the general fund, but then this is one of these crazy state mechanisms where we have to budget for what goes directly to the library. So we get the money from state aid, but it goes directly to the library, so we have to budget for it as an expense. It's just one of those mechanisms in Massachusetts that we have to do. So again, that's the story behind these other fixed costs. So where did the levy capacity go from FY23 to $717,000? Summarize, FY24, $745,000 was used, 3.5% projections were used at the trend monitoring meeting in December, but the actuals that we went to town meeting with were higher. FY25, $1.5 million was used. There was no summit leading up to. This was, again, the most chaotic budget ever that started in January and ended in March. Most people remember that, but that was the budget that was crafted under the leadership of 4 different town managers, town administrators. 3.5% projections were used back in December 22, but the actuals were much higher that year for operating budgets. FY26, we used 1.6 million, and then true up with the actual new growth is going to result in 717 going to 932. So that's still estimated pending the tax rate setting in the fall, but 3% projections were used at the August 24 summit, but the actuals ended up being much higher.
Jason, hi. Sure. Quick question. Hey, I'm a little bit confused as to why we keep using 3%, because it seems like we're just setting ourselves up to fail. I mean, we through all the years that you illustrated, we've never accomplished 3%. So why? It seems like almost the definition of insanity to keep doing that. We're either, setting ourselves up to fail, or we're not achieving against our disciplines.
Yeah, so again, going back, 3% was just what we used last year. It was higher percentages were used in the past, but we also came in higher than those percentages as well. So to answer your question, it is the definition of insanity to keep doing something that is not going to be attainable, but it's to put the message out that constraints were needed, that we would move through this, and that what is sounding the alarm that operating overrides would be one of the options to continue at that pace if we have to go beyond that. So it was to model that a constraint was necessary. Back in August, we didn't know what people were going to project. So 3% was simply to show in the model a constrained budget at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it just, I may have been mistaken, but it looked like it was 3% all the way back from 22, 23, 24.
No, but
Which again,
you're picking up on that the actuals that came forward to town meeting were higher than the projections used earlier. We used much more generous projections, like 3.5% rather than 3%. But that was what was, we were crafting this under the policy decisions that were made at the time, that we would work with a 3.5% increase at that time. We'd project it out and then talk about what it actually would be when the budgets came through. So it was not an intentional misleading of anybody, but this past year, the decision was made to show a constrained budget, and then the budgets came through much higher.
Another question, I don't know if this is the appropriate time for this one, but just regarding the health insurance, which certainly had a big negative impact, right? Curiosity I have, I guess I'll take the newbie card here to ask the question. I'm familiar with Westboro, and they have an incentive program where they encourage employees to shift off of the town insurance and onto their spouse's insurance, and they give, whatever, it was $3,000 or something like that incentive.
Can I stop you there?
Sure.
We have that program too.
We do? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's great. I love that program.
Okay. All right.
I'd love to take advantage of it.
Okay. All right. I wasn't familiar.
But me personally, I would love to take advantage of it personally. But so yeah, we do have that program as well, where we offer a stipend to people that opt out of the insurance. There's some rules around it whereby somebody has to be carrying the insurance for 2 years prior to opting out in order to get the stipend. But a number of people do have opted for that program. So I got to think that anybody that has attractive insurance elsewhere would take it as a result of it, and I hope more people do.
What is the stipend, just curiosity?
What's that?
What is the stipend?
Oh, it's $1,500 for an individual plan and $3,750.
$3,750.
So I'm glad you asked that, because is a good reminder because I love that program and I'm glad we have it, and I wish maybe we should make it more generous. I don't know, to entice more people to do
Depends
it.
on the cost.
John?
Jason, do we consider risk ranking certain line items? So for example, if there's an impact with state aid or FEMA money that eventually trickles down, the education department, whatever, given all the uncertainty coming out of Washington and the State House, have we risk ranked items in terms of probability of high, medium, low, or none?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not something I've done.
Okay.
Jason, quick question.
I'm interested in that. I don't know much about risk ranking
We can
things.
talk next week.
Have we explored either cost share or pass along costs? Like my insurance keeps going up every year, and I'm not sure if there's a cost share here, but I'm incurring healthcare costs going up every year. Is that, what is our, I don't know, what is our policy? Is it the town?
How do we share that? So that's the town share that we're seeing here. We're not, the other 30% is borne by the employees.
Is it 30% employee plus 30% town, and it's both go up the same rate?
Yes. So the schools are 75-25, and the town 70-30. So what you're seeing there is the town share of that expense. So when we're facing this now with the employee groups, is that when their insurance went up their 30% share went up 17%, they may be, I think some folks are actually taking home less money than they were the prior year, even with a raise. Michael.
Yeah, just a quick question, Jason, for the health insurance piece. I assume all options are kind of on the table, reevaluating that, including looking at a new broker or looking at the GIC?
Yeah, so there's a lot of unhappiness with the health insurance. We work with an insurance broker. An RFP has gone out. Town of Southborough is running it. We're in a joint purchasing arrangement with Town of Southborough and the schools. So Greg's aware of what's happening. But yeah, we're seeking new guidance or to change the model of how the consulting is delivered to us. Again, paying a broker, do they really work for you? Or if you're not, if the broker's being paid by the insurance companies, yeah, you may have saved an expense, but it's could be penny wise because they're working to incentivize themselves with the highest. We can't be sure they're not incentivized to get the highest percentage out of the insurance company for themselves. So we're looking to change the model. An RFP's gone out. We're evaluating proposals later this week, actually, coincidentally. Oh, Sue.
You mentioned that the schools are 75-25. That's just the K through 8, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't.
Has there ever been any interest with the union to pick up more?
I don't think they've.
Try it on the floor. Yeah, try it.
But it is a conversation, and as we enter a collective bargaining,
It sounds like.
something we do talk.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, so all right, I'm just going to keep moving along if anybody has any more questions. Okay, so assumptions, our new projections. State aid has increased 2.63% over 10 years. So the assumption, we increased that assumption from 1% to 2% per year for our projections, relatively safe assumption. Free cash, we've assumed $2.875 million is going to be available every year to be used toward the capital plan and the $500,000 for the operating budget and the reserve fund article and stabilization contribution. This line across here, this is our history of free cash certifications going through FY24. Obviously, FY25 is not certified yet, but is it possible that we wouldn't make it? It is. I mean, we've had less than that. I mean, it's not a 100% done deal that we would have more than $2.875 million available in free cash. I mean, and does everybody understand what free cash is? here, so I.
What day, it's coming up that we get the certification on that, don't we? Or is it in January?
Well, yes and no, it's coming up, but what precedes that is us closing our books from FY '25 through June 30th. And we have to do a bunch of reports with the state, and the state certifies what's available from our fund balance to spend. So that's what free cash is.
And what, I'm sorry, I was trying to get, what month do they usually give us that certification?
They usually do it within a week of us submitting our reports to them.
So sometime between now and the end of the year?
Yeah, it depends when we close our books, but it'll probably be sometime during September, if I had to guess. But we'll have a decent estimate for what it is before that. And then with new growth, we said we conservatively projected $30 million. This line across here is $30 million against our new growth history over time. I mean, this 2026 is showing right here the last block on this bar chart. It's not certified yet, but we're probably going to have $40 million in new growth in 2026. So again, it seems like a fairly conservative assumption that we'll continue having at least $30 million of new growth. And then this is included here, this timeline here is included to show this was the Avalon Bay Apartments that came in back here, and that Northborough Crossing coming in. So these were warehouses that were built on Bartlett Street. So maybe sometime in the future we will have another huge development that comes in, or some windfall that comes in, but our projection uses $30 million. So in case anybody didn't notice, I moved on to the current year's projections that I'm talking about now. I'm not boring people with ancient history anymore, FY '25 and '26. So we're going to continue assuming we're going to fund OPEB $600,000 a year from '27 to 2031. We're going to continue accounting for debt service for the major capital projects. So this is baked in as an actual obligation now. The fire station construction project, we borrowed $31.5 million. That bond was issued in May for 30 years. Peaslee School feasibility, services are being used. We'll have to eventually borrow for that. That was approved non-debt excluded, but it's not that large of an amount. Algonquin Complex debt is now refined further. We have more exact numbers from the schools of how they intend to structure the debt. Peaslee construction debt, we worked out a debt table that is really a shot in the dark, but talking about a project that could be estimated to be $100 million. So that's assumed to have 50% MSBA reimbursement. The timeline has moved up. It's assuming it would go forward to be approved in 2027 and then borrowed for an FY '28, and debt service would then be payable in '29 as debt, and it's modeled as debt excluded debt. Nothing's included for a town hall project, so that's assumed that any large-scale town hall project would be conducted after the Peaslee School. We'll borrow for the CIP balance, not funded with available funds like we had in other models, in the last model. The key budget increases, again, we use 3% because we're talking about constraining budgets. We're talking about what we can do to meet that. The presentations tonight have been based on the town side of a zero level funded or level services. We haven't totaled what it would total to be what level services cost through all these presentations that you've heard tonight. But the level funding is clear. I know what that number is. We can look at that number. So someplace between level funded and 5% or 4%, whatever town departments would need in terms of level funded, which I think is probably a little bit less with the budgets that I've seen coming through, could be 3%. Maybe we could get to 3% with efforts and a policy decision to constrain budgets. So this model as well includes the safer firefighters being modeled without an offset. So This includes, I mean, it's not evenly across fiscal years, so we'll have 3 months of FY '28 to budget for, and then when the grant runs out. Town's fixed costs and health insurance, we modeled 4% again. I mean, on top of 17%, hopefully that's going to be enough. I mean, we haven't seen claims data yet. That could go up. We don't know. I mean, it's a projection. We've had a long-standing, good relationship with the brokers, and we've had a good relationship with, the health insurers, and only had 2 to 3% increases across multiple years. On top of the 17%, would it be 10? I mean, I don't know. We haven't heard from them yet. We're in the process of replacing the consultants, so potentially replacing the consultants. So we have not scheduled a meeting with them yet. Worcester Regional, we've modeled 10% on the retirement assessment, and then again, affordability in quotes. This is the first draft of the capital plan for that. The financial planning we'll be looking at next week when the budget season starts and we start looking at these. These are the updated requests from departments from '27. We've promulgated a 10-year capital plan. It's 6 years in our town code, but for budget planning, looking at the debt policy and so forth, 10 years seemed more helpful. So a couple years ago that it didn't get off the ground, but one of the administrators here during FY '25 made it 10 years, and some people did 10 years, some people did 6. So we're looking at a 10-year plan going forward. So the grand total, is that number? I can't read it. We'll zoom in. It's $100-something million. I can't see it from here, but it's a lot. It's a lot. So over 10 years, we're assuming $20 million will be offset of that, and it's, are we going to borrow for these things? We've modeled it in the projections. So anything that would be paid for something else, enterprise funds, ambulance revolving funds, the regional high school that's already in the model and the education projections. There's a project for Blake Street being proposed, but that is likely going to be proposed to come from CPA funds, so that's subtracted out here. There's a project conceived of for the White Cliffs to demolish the non-historical part of the building. That's $750,000, but that's proposed to be applied to the CPA for funding for that project. We're assuming 50% MSBA reimbursement for the Peaslee School construction. There are some other smaller Peaslee School projects included in their capital plan that would be overshadowed by the construction project. We've modeled the debt for the construction project in the model, so we are taking out, for these purposes, for this model, taking out the smaller projects that would be overridden by the construction project for Peaslee School. Then we're also assuming 50% MSBA reimbursement for the Z School roof. We're assuming we'll have $2 million of free cash to apply to the capital plan, so that leaves a shortfall of $4.7 million. So 4.7 less the 50 for Peaslee School, and means smaller capital projects that we would need to borrow for if we don't have $2 million available, or more than $2 million available to fund the capital plan. So why did I highlight these 3 years? Because these would be the 3 years that would affect the 5-year projections. We would ostensibly approve $4.7 million of debt at town meeting in '26. That would be borrowed in '27, and then it would have a debt service payment in '28. Same with this project. It would have a 2-year lag for when the borrowing would hit the budget. So this is zoomed in a little better so we can see what those numbers looked like. But the grand total was 11.5. We subtracted out these other sources, assumed free cash $4.7 million, and 27 is what's in the first draft of the capital plan.
So just real quick, just check for understanding. I can see this one. So fiscal year 27, we would assume $4.7 million of debt.
Debt being authorized, yes.
Yeah, and that's not an override or is an override at that point?
No, I mean, it'd be a debt authorization. I mean, it would not be an override.
But fiscal year 28, we override at 58.
28 would be an override, yeah, for the overall budget model.
Yep. And again, what's driving the 4.7 in the near term in 27? I understand the school in 28. What's driving 27 again?
That's just what was capital requests.
Those are capital requests.
Those are
As we
capital
stand right
requests. That's
now.
the shortfall of the capital requests. So that's the shortfall of what we would not have money to do as on a pay-as-you-go basis. So the assumption would be that we would borrow from some term, and the assumption that I've made in this model is that we would borrow for 10 years, and we divide that $4.7 million by 10 years, and then apply interest to it in the future. So that would be payable in 2 years.
I understand the mechanics. What are the line items that drive the 4.7? Like,
Oh, I don't have the line items
Okay.
in this presentation.
Just-
Those will be going to, I don't want to like burn anybody's suspense.
No, it's fine.
here, but
It's just
it's
4.7
not in
seems
the-
like there's so much to spend in there. And if we're still
Yeah,
we're
but
making the sausage, it's
It will be in the packet for next week.
perfect.
It will be very soon.
Cool, thank you.
But it's just not included here. I don't have it in front of me. So debt policy, there's a statutory limit for debt. In state law, it's 5% of the town's EQV. The EQV is basically the total valuation of the town. They calculate it every few years, or a couple years. Lee, is it 2 years? Every 2 years? Yeah, so the last EQV that they've calculated, and that's just, the state does something to equalize all of the statewide values, so they use them in various formulas for state aid and so forth. But town's EQV from 2024 is $4.5 billion. So the debt limit, 5% of that, is $227 million. So if we had $227 million of debt, like the budget would be completely underwater. So that's not really a worry that we have to worry about the statutory limit for debt. Our actual outstanding debt at the end of 25 is actually higher than usual because we issued a bond in May. That was the biggest bond that we've ever issued for the fire station and some other projects. But $49 million, and that's everything, included stuff that's funded by enterprise funds and stuff that's even outside of this limit. So we're not even close to the statutory debt limit. That's not a practical concern. We have a local debt policy that's in our financial policies, and it says that our gross general fund debt limit is not to exceed 15%, and our net general fund debt limit is not to exceed 8 to 10%. So that was crafted at a time when the MSBA program worked differently and we got installment payments. So that's basically the difference is state aid that's applied to pay debt, which we don't get anymore. The MSBA program works differently now. So basically we have a debt limit on a local policy basis of not exceeding debt service of 8 to 10% in the operating budget annually. So what are the items that involve debt that factor into that local formula? Well, we're not close to it. We're under the 8 to 10% in 26. This is when we show our modeling some Peasley School renovation debt coming in 29, and then so again, we're under the policy guidelines that we've set for ourselves in terms of debt limits. Again, this is a very messy table that took a long time to put together, but this is the debt policy. This is our existing debt. This is an assumption for the Peasley feasibility project. Totals that totaled $450,000 of principal with interest here, assuming 50% reimbursement from MSBA. This is the construction project that we developed a sampled debt model for. That's projected to be debt excluded, but this is how that would play out. So $50 million of principal equates to 80, with interest, $85 million. Our existing debt excluded debt, that includes the fire station, that's already an obligation of the town. Over time, these are our obligations related to that existing debt excluded debt. Then we have existing non-exempt debt, and that's actually paid off through 2034. And overlapping debt, technical term, I'll explain what that is. That's our debt assessments from our regional schools. That would be the Algonquin Complex, the Ad-Ren project, the Assabet Valley project. So overlapping debt is just, it's called that in our financial statements. It's not our debt, but it's debt of an agency we're responsible for paying assessments to. And then this is like, if we did approve all of those shortfalls in the CIP, this is you know, how those 10-year assumptions would work out. So even if we did borrow for those, we'd still be within our debt policy, whether we can, you know, whether we view that as being affordable or not. It's within these policy targets that the town has set for itself. So the highest, we're getting close in 2033, but the assumption here is that we've just, you know, we've used these projection budgets, but then we've also just increased it 3% down the road. So if it increased more, less, I mean, we have to look at it again.
Quick question, Jason.
Yeah.
So the 27 million CIP, can you go back one slide for a second?
Sure.
So when I look at the debt rolling off in some of these fiscal years,
yep,
those are good guys.
Yeah.
Are those included in the future CIP?
Yes.
So okay, so they're already accounted for.
Yeah, they're in this table here.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, they're included there.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, it takes a really long time to pay off a big project, but as time goes on, that declining debt schedule becomes less meaningful. I mean, it's great to have, you know, when the library and the senior center are paid off, you know, people may not know that we're still paying debt on this building and the senior center, but they're paid off in 2029, so we'll get $250,000 of tax relief in 2028, and then 2029, another $260,000 of tax relief in that year. What else is coming up? The addition renovation project at Algonquin, that 27's the final year of their debt assessment to us.
And then the next slide, just a second part of my question. So when I see $27 million in CIP debt, that accounts for all those projects, including the Peasley project, and that's the net effect?
No,
No, Peasley's a different column.
That Peasley is broken out on its own.
On its own?
For 30 years. But these projects here that were conceived of as part of this capital plan, which, forgive me for not having the details here, but these projects are not long-term 30-year projects. A school is 30 years.
So could you tell me, say the master plan implementation committee, they've got $8 million in the capital plan for the next 5 years. We have no details, we know nothing about it, but those numbers are reflected in this?
Yes and no. Okay. So they're not showing in the budget models because they're not coming up that quickly.
Yep.
But so these 3 years, they're not in these 3 years, but they're
in the 27 CIP.
Yeah, they're in the
Okay, all right. So we have things that we can talk about.
Yeah, they're showing that if we borrow for it, it would be within the debt policy.
Right.
But
we also have to
the
talk
financial
about
impact
affordability.
of those projects is not in this model.
Okay.
Jason?
Yeah.
The assumption around Peasley, the $100 million
Yes.
and then 50% reimbursement, is really the ceiling of what a project could be. That would be school consolidation and a brand new building with multiple rooms. So it does not assume, it's not assuming that it's a renovation, maybe addition like we did at Lincoln Street School. So I think that's something that we need to consider as a community. What project can the community support and afford? And that number would then become much more refined and
As you're moving forward with your study committee, when will you get closer to what the number looks like for your needs?
So I think we need to do that work early on to determine what the community can afford and will support. The last thing we want to do is move a project forward that is a great project, but when we bring it to voters for decision, we don't understand. So I think the more work we can do as a community early on to determine what pathway, the better that number.
So it sounds like we should really put an action plan in place where we're all communicating and figuring this out.
But yeah, given that model, I mean, we just made some pretty basic assumptions for how we borrow for it. We borrow for a quarter of the project, and then we short-term debt, then borrow for a quarter of it, then a year or two later, we'd borrow for the remaining quarter of the project and assume that we got reimbursed by the state for the rest of it. So, you know, it's a basic assumptions. It's $100 million, and that's just how those assumptions played out in this table. I'm sure Greg said it'll get refined greatly as the feasibility process moves forward. But it was really for the purposes of tonight, we wanted to show something in terms of there being some impact in the future, that it's not, we don't just ignore these capital projects that are in the capital plan. We have to show them their impact somewhere. All right, so this is the rest of the budget assumptions played out that we discussed. So again, we're starting from 7.9. This just, I have baggage over this issue. The health insurance, we were 6.5 the year before. Now we're looking at 7s and 8s on this row. So it's kind of sickening. But again, those are the assumptions that we've used to come up with the expense budgets. And
the yellows, you mean that we have future decisions to make? Is that why they're yellow?
Yeah, because that, I just want to highlight talking about those two assumptions of what got added to the model. That's why they're highlighted, basically. And then, again, this is highlighted because this is what the budget would be short in 28, 29, 30. So those are just plugged in. I mean, to balance the budget. That's why it's showing it's not over budget or under budget. It's just showed to balance the budget. And that's where we're showing it in this override Proposition 2.5 relief column. So again, that's the 2% state aid, local receipts increasing over time, and the other elements of the budget. Free cash for the capital plan, transfer to stabilization, the appropriation reserve, $500,000 of free cash, and then transfers are held level across the years.
We got our share already.
So,
One more question, like revenue. I guess for Lee, I heard something when you were speaking about we're a year away from doing commercial reassessments.
Every year is a review evaluation.
So we'll look at it this year?
Yes.
I just looked at analysis of our top 10 taxpayers, and some are lower in 2013 than they are today. We'll talk about
that might be the case.
Select board, so but I'm doing an analysis of my own. I would love to partner on once we get into that portion of the year.
Sure.
Thank you.
all right, so the assumptions used for tax impact, we're estimating this average single-family home is going to be valued at $699,564. That's based on the assessor's numbers that are yet to be finalized for the tax rate setting and value approval process to the state. So that increase in value is a 5.35% increase over FY25. So the remains of the model, we've projected the value to increase by 2% per year for the outer years. The 26 tax base total is $4.7 billion. That's a 4% increase over FY25. So I bring up this point to show that residential values are increasing faster than overall everything else in the tax base, within the tax base. The overall tax base, that's what the tax levy is spread over and the rates are determined. But if what you're paying taxes on, the valuation of what it is goes up more than that, then you'll see a higher increase. Total values projected to increase 2% per year from 27. It's just held level, basically. So again, the rate is calculated by taking the estimated levy from this model, dividing it by the estimated tax base, multiplying it by $1,000, and that's the tax rate per $1,000. And these are the projections using that. So from 697 to 713, that's a 2% increase across these years. And then that's how we get the estimated levy, assuming the tax base increases 2% in value. So that's an increase of 4.2% in 27. These are some of my secrets of how I do some calculations in my head. I'm going to share them with everybody. But 1 cent in the rate accounts for $48,000 when your tax base is $4.7 billion. That equates to $48,000. So $48,000 of new revenues that come in and offset the tax rate would reduce the tax rate by 1 cent. $48,000 of new spending would increase the tax rate 1 cent. If your house is valued $714,000, the impact to you would be $7.14. You'd either save $7.14 if the budget went down by that $48,000, or you would have to pay $7.14 more in taxes as a result of the budget going up $48,000. And then in terms of new value, if that calculation is here as well, so if $3 million of new value came in above, that would defray taxes that much more that it would move the rate a cent. So the tax projections, that's simply the graph of this. The average was 363 for these 10 years, and I'm sorry, I can't read that. 583 is what the projection is for the next 5 years. Yeah. All right, so this is the incremental breakdown that I was talking about before. This is what each item in the budget costs, and these are the offsets. State aid, state aid defrays the cost of the tax impact by $1,000 to the average single-family home. So in 28 and 27, it's projected to be 983. Local receipts come in higher, then obviously that defrays taxes more, and it's a rosier scenario. And again, I'll just move on from this slide, and this is going to be on the website if anybody wants to look at it later and pick this apart later, look at each item in the budget. This is, I put affordability in quotes, this is the state ranking of statewide tax bills, single-family tax bills. This line right here is Northborough over the years. Northborough in 2025 had the 70th highest tax bill in the state at that point. These above us, that's Southborough and Westborough, their tax bills are always higher than Northborough's, but a higher ranking means that your tax bill is lower. So we were lower relative to everybody else in the 50s before, and we've dropped to the 70s. And some of our neighbors are catching up to us. So for what it's worth, that's one of the affordability measures that we look at when we say affordability. We're relative to the state and our neighbors, we are performing in line with reducing our taxes relative to everybody else, even though they're increasing. So the projections show this is kind of my comments at the end of these projections. Projections show Proposition 2.5 overrides in 28 to 30, totaling $4.8 million to balance the budget using 3% constraints. Are there other options? Well, constraints are a policy decision. So recent history has shown that level services budgets require more than 3%. Again, it would take an effort. There would have to be a policy decision made to reduce services, and where those services would be reduced could be debatable, and that's a policy decision. Use of reserves and or delay non-exempt debt excluded CIP. So we could have more free cash than $2 million to apply to it in the next year and every following year if revenues come in higher than projected and so forth. If we have appropriation turnbacks, it could be higher than $2 million. The $27 million from the CIP, borrowing for that, like the projected debt service from 29 to 2031, it doesn't align exactly year to year, but that's $4.9 million in projected debt service expense versus us being short $4.8 million in terms of needing an override. So it's almost in line. It doesn't align up by year, but it's pretty close. So totaling 4.8, using 3%, other options. Should we use more reserves? So the level funded scenario that we talked about tonight for the town departments, that would, from the 3% projection, save $484,000 in 27. So the benefit, if we did pursue the level services, which I hope we don't across the board, but that would lower the trajectory. But the other thing to consider is that if it involved personnel cuts, typically the town's on a reimbursement basement with unemployment. If it involved laying folks off, we would be in the situation of having to lay a third person off to account for every 2 people or something in that neighborhood to account for the unemployment benefits, because we have to reimburse the unemployment benefits that people qualify for. Obviously, those unemployment benefits are less than a potential salary could be, but it is a consideration. So I think the total potential benefit that somebody could get from unemployment is something like $35,000. So it's a consideration. It's not baked into that calculation of a level funded department if it involved layoffs. And then what if health insurance increases again? I don't have the answer to that yet, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. That's the answer. It's a budget buster. And revenue enhancements. That's the good news. We have some potential development in town. The TIF discussions led to talk of pursuing more to add to the tax base to defray the cost of taxes more. It's an option to. We couldn't necessarily bring in another $100 million project. But, and then just want to review the reserve policies. It's got moved to. Debt policy, again, the conclusion about the debt policy, new debt appears to be within the local policy guidelines. And then we also have a reserve policy that says that there's a 500 limit towards the operating budget policy. So if we were to increase the use of free cash toward the operating budget to defray the cost of the tax increase or the need for an override, that would be a policy decision. It would just have to be an update to the financial policies. And again, I would caution against the hazard of amending if we are going to go forward with borrowing for, again, going out to the debt market again for a significant another project that again the rating agencies do look at use of free cash in your operating budget as being a structural deficit. And again, some closing comments. We got to prepare for this levy capacity in future budgets. So we should also, my suggestion is we realistic review the CIP to consider projects that are crucial and how we're going to pay for them, and whether we're going to borrow or not for projects that are needed in the CIP. And then we should continue to address our other long-term liabilities. Pension takes care of itself through our assessment, but the OPEB, we should continue funding OPEB in order to maintain our AA1 bond rating, and then prepare for the requirements of operating budgets, like, for example, like the SAFER grant expiring in a couple years. And again, we should maintain compliance with our policies in order to maintain our bond rating, and then, again, I want to end on policy decisions have to be made in terms of what kind of budget we want going forward. And
You go first, John.
Oh, good. I've been talking long.
Jason, thank you for the detailed presentation. So to kind of summarize some of the closing slides there, from your projections, level services does not keep us out of overrides.
level services on the town side alone does not.
Right. Okay. And then even level funding.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I keep saying level services when I mean level funded. Level funded is the more, is the cut, and that is not enough. Just level funding is not enough.
Is not enough to
get us out, because that's calculated, that we assume 3%, that amounts to $484,000. That, yeah, so in '28, we'd be looking for $886,000.
Right. So, right, so even the cuts of level funding does not keep us out of override. The moral.
On the town alone, yeah.
Right. We would have to find $885,000 in that budget.
How much?
885, the red. Right? Is that correct, Jason?
Yeah, you'd have to find that in. You'd have to
And then
find that in the 17 million.
And then I know the projections go out only so far, and anything past that, right, it's like predicting the weather 10 days out. It's kind of a guess. But once you get into prop overrides, how do you get out of them? Like, is there, like, can you see a way that once you're in them with good fiscal policy, you can find your way out of them? Or do towns, once they're in it, sort of perpetually
That's a good point. I
end up
mean,
in it?
it's a permanent increase to the levy limit. So if you raised it high enough you may not have to tax to that level, but if you raised it high enough, it could temporarily stem the need to seek that intervention of an override. The taxes could grow to the override amount over a number of years. I think that's what a number of towns do, is they propose an override. And I think that actually happened. It's been years and years and years. It hasn't been during my time, but I think that an override was sought for the schools and here in Northborough, and the actual budget came in less than the override was approved for. So the levy limit got increased by that override, but didn't grow to that over 1 year.
And then a quick question on retirement and OPEB.
Okay.
I know some municipalities or some people, they are like targeting the retirement first, and then once that's done, going to fund the OPEB, and the reason you don't want to do that is because of the bond rating? Or are there other reasons on top of that?
No, let me clarify that.
Sure.
The people that are taking that combined approach of just looking at the long-term liabilities of pension and OPEB at the same time, those are those cities and towns that have their own pension system. We belong to a multi-employer plan with the Worcester Regional System. So we don't have a say in what their funding plan is. They are going to be funded by 2040, their plan is 2036. Their numbers show 2036. So we have, in effect, planned for that because we, in our funding plan with the actuaries for OPEB, we're planning to redirect the money once those 10% assessments are done, we'll redirect that money, that additional money to OPEB.
Right, but you wouldn't want to say not direct money in OPEB now because that would affect.
Correct, and that's what our funding
and that
is
would
based on.
You'd just be saving that money but spending it in debt down from something else because of your rating would be.
Yeah, so those cities and towns that are taking that coordinated approach to address the pension liability first, and then they're going to put the money in OPEB. They're going to put the same amount for long-term liabilities. they control their pension assessment. So they can pay more than the required assessment every year. So that's, I think, the encapsulation of that.
Okay.
We are doing that to the extent that we're planning to redirect, when those pension assessments come down from 10% because they're fully funded in 2036, we're going to take that excess money from that. I mean, I can't say what we're going to do in 2036. I may be retired in 2036, but
Won't be your problem.
But anyway, I can't say what we're going to do in 2036, but our actuarial plans are, we have told our actuaries that we're going to redirect that money to on a policy basis to the OPEB plan.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that makes sense. Did I answer?
I think it does, yeah.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So you said that the FY27 column is level funded. It's a 3% increase over fiscal year 26, correct?
I'm sorry, Greg.
So
what did I say?
you said the FY27 column was a level funded.
Oh, no, it's not. No,
That's a
it
3%.
assumes a 3% increase, yeah. Thanks for clarifying that. I've been saying level services all day when I meant level fund. I've been mixing up the two terms, so I know what I meant, but
I just don't want to
nobody else
yet.
did.
Jason, Jeff Knight's got his hand raised.
Am I on now?
I can hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
Jeff.
Oh yeah, no, I just want to say, I think the way out of the kind of the levy limit trap is by generating new revenue, and I think that we've seen enough statistically that you do that through generated revenue than you do by cutting expenses, and I think Jason, you would agree with that, correct?
Yeah. So I didn't really answer that all that completely, but yeah, we do have some revenue enhancement ideas that we're working on and we'll be moving forward with when, as we get the bandwidth to do it. But, there's just a number of things. I don't think they're going to amount to enough to get us out of the need to potentially consider an override the next year. But we're looking at the cost of delivering certain services, for one being, going so far as looking at dog licenses. How much do we pay everybody pay for dog licenses, but how much does it cost to hire the dog officer? So we should be recovering what it costs to, provide the service of registering dogs and so forth by the license, and that's
Right,
a very low.
right, and I think Tim Kalin mentioned at the last meeting, why not have people pay for a sticker that lets them take their car into the town dump area to dump their brush and their leaves, and there are, and I think those are all great ideas to explore, but I also think, just the town being friendlier to businesses in general, and I think the town being friendlier in the permitting area, and I think the town being, having more streamlined processes and just in general looking at because I know that I'm going to be careful what I say now, so I guess I'll stop. But I think that we have to look to the positive rather than the negative in the budget chart, in generating rather than cutting, and I think we'll get there. And I think we have to focus our energy on that, and I think we need to form some kind of commission that focuses only on that. And we're not doing that yet. So I think we need to be starting to do that. And as we get into the budget cycle, we need to get people on that. So that's something I was hoping to hear about tonight, and I didn't hear about that. So that's the only comment I have, is that I'd like to hear more about what are we doing to generate new revenue that's outside of the property tax universe. And that's something I think we should be focusing on, because that will do a lot more than budget cuts.
Thanks for your comments, Jeff. I don't have a lot to add to the conversation around that. I mean, we've been talking about permit fees and the various fees that we charge and looking at the cost recovery model of it, but new revenue ideas, obviously it's good idea. Look for new revenues.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
Yes.
Yep.
John?
Stephanie question, slightly unrelated. What's the probability of a fall town meeting and what might be in store for that?
So, special town meeting, we are looking anywhere from the beginning of October through October 15, primarily for White Cliffs, the lease. So we'll also need a rezoning of the property. We'll also need a TIF vote for the property in, like I said, the lease agreement. If there, I was already speaking to somebody, I guess there's a couple of zoning articles that they wanted to bring forward. That would be the time. Yeah, so we're open to anything that we need to take care of with urgency.
Follow-on question, do you foresee appropriations of financial planning potentially opining on those articles?
Yeah, what I would like, absolutely, is to have us all on the same ship. And that's why, starting from this point on, we're going to have more joint meetings, which I think we all agreed to. So appropriations, for those looking on at home, is for our operating budget. Financial planning is for our capital budget, so expenses over $25,000 and over. And the select board. When I was at last town meeting, we all were not on the same page. So it's very important we're on the same page. Not only does it help the trust of our community, but we all should have all of our questions answered and be rolling out the processes to make sure that we're attaining what our goals are. And revenue is huge. We want to make sure that we're not just the White Cliffs project in itself. We're maintaining it, we're band-aiding it, we're, you know, it's becoming more and more deteriorated. We're not in the real estate business. We need to be able to save that building, preserve it as the town wished in 2016, and be able to hopefully generate some revenue from it as well. We're looking at St. Gobain too, a possible TIF. They have an expansion coming on. We'd all like to be on the same page, and we did include appropriations and financial planning in our meeting with the select board. Another thing coming up, once the new fire station, once they move out of the building, I already have people questioning if they can purchase the building. So that's, hopefully that building will move. Of course, we'll have to go through the whole RFP process because of procurement laws for West Main. We're hopeful, we intend very soon, after we get these ducks in a row, the White Cliffs project, St. Gobain special town meeting, to put that out on the street. Hopefully, we have to discuss this, but for sale, because again, I think we do not want to become landlords. So there's a lot of promising things in our future, but we do need to all be on the same page and work together. So yes, absolutely, to your question, I'd like, and of course, we can all have different opinions, but they should come out at a meeting and we should, you know, take a good look at our views and move forward with the best decision for the town.
I think he's asking too, because we need a timeline so that we could actually opine and give a vote, yeah. We need to set up a timeline,
Yep.
especially it's going to be
So-
as early as in the beginning of October.
Right, exactly. So we should roll it back. I have a timeline. I think I sent it to the chairs, Scott and John, the timeline for a special town meeting.
Yeah, but I need to
Yeah,
bring that up
but-
again and visit.
Okay, so I would look in early September. I know financial planning is rolling out their, it's September 2nd, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We are early September.
September, yeah.
In 1 week.
which is great. So, in Select Board, we have our meeting coming up soon. We have to set dates. So once we set the dates, you know, everybody will be involved, and we'll be able to, you know, move forward.
I have a question outside of this. Can I address that, or are you continuing on this?
No, go ahead.
I feel there are so many people looking in different pots for money. And I think we need to realign ourselves better with the CPC, for one, because it seems to be a place people go to look for money if they can't get it here. I think we have to have a more cohesive plan throughout the town about, because it is a fee that the taxpayers pay in their tax bill. It is their money. They're gonna start to figure out eventually, you know, they're doing, you know, what am I paying for and why is this happening? So I think we need to talk more about that. I think we had a big meeting here last year. We brought in the people about the TIFs, and we talked about economic development. That is a way to figure out all of the components of what you're talking about now. How do we sell it? How do we start to raise revenue to do that? We need to get our town planner on board of helping with the economic redevelopment in town, not just a pocket park. We need to talk about bigger issues. And then my second question to you is, it's been past practice as far as I can tell. The distribution of free cash is always decided in the office of the town administrator along with the finance director. Is that going to be a conversation we'll have more openly now with finance boards to see what we all think and how it ought to be used? Or is it going to just be, it's X amount of dollars to...
Oh, no, we're absolutely open to suggestions. So the way it typically works when our departments prepare their budgets, it's finance that will give their best decision on where they think we should, if it should be, you know,
And then I
get
have one last
excluded
comment.
or, yep.
I'm not here to see people lose their jobs. I want the services that we have here in this town. I don't want people to lose their jobs. I don't want teachers to have to leave the schools. I don't want the people that work in the town hall to lose it. So we all have to work a lot harder and a lot better to figure out how we can deliver the great services we do have and find a way to pay for it. So we've got to start thinking outside of the box with some of this.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot that we have to, there's a lot of things we can do. For instance, you saw all of the different departments, the various resources that they give the town. We saw that you could cut to a level funded budget, but what impact would that have, and how bad would it paralyze the department?
Just a couple things on, I think the way we use some of these terms can be kind of misleading, because we talk about a level services budget, but it's not really level services. It's added services that are in there. And there's plenty of examples of things that we've looked at in the operating budget that say, well, because of a decision we made last year, we need to fund this year. And we need to be a little careful. And also, I don't think anybody is talking about cuts. I think there's a concern that we need to control the rate of increase. So it's not that the budget can't go up, but we've got to be careful that it's not rising too high for
Agreed.
everybody. So it's really a matter of just, can we have some targets on kind of controlling the rate of increase? It's not a matter of saying, let's do 0, but can we avoid increasing too much year after year after year? So level services is kind of a misnomer, because you look over 10 years and the things we've added in our suite, and cuts is not the right word. We're not talking about cutting anything yet, although if we keep increasing more rapidly than our residents will allow, we'll reach a point where we will face cuts. So the question is, can we come up with a way to kind of have a governor on how fast we're increasing our budget?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
So I guess like from my perspective, the biggest thing I had a hard time understanding is we talk about like what the town loses, but I didn't see a lot of metrics around what we were getting, like what's the community interaction with each one of these services that we're talking about. Like outside of the police department, they had specific stats on calls answered, like, you know, moving violations, things like that. That's what I want to understand. I honestly would like to see it by the hours that we're open as well, because those are opportunities where we, in theory, could cut things from the budget to save money that the residents wouldn't necessarily feel the impact of. And so, like, when we look at opportunities, that might be a good place to start. That's just,
Right. And we'll take a deeper dive into the departmental budgets when they're before appropriations or before financial planning. So all of the, and of course, everything is live. So our community will get to see exactly what they do, the impact for them, you know, reducing, if it was to reduce hours or if it was to take away a resource, what that would be. So we'll get into more of the nuts and bolts when we're before the boards and committees. Yep.
So while I agree with the comments Jeff made with regard to driving revenue, that's certainly wonderful if we can figure out ways to do that outside of the tax base. And equally, I think, you know, analysis of levels of prudence in our CapEx is also important as far as, you know, really looking at those expenditures if we're making the right decisions. But you know, I guess I echo your point on key performance metrics, and I'm curious, you know, I guess I'm pretty data-driven, and I'm in software, so I guess I have a genuine curiosity for what type, because you're wearing the MIS hat today, I think, from your
I was,
presentation.
yes.
So what systems do we have that can help, you know, provide those metrics? You know, whatever tool, I mean, there's quite a large selection of software out there that
Right,
have
pretty much all of
dashboards
our
or-
software can produce reports. So OpenGov, that's our permitting software, so we can see how many permits we're taking in.
I'm thinking more about human capital utilization. So,
Okay.
for example, I mean, that's the biggest cost, right? Is for the town, for the most part, is our human capital. So are we monitoring, measuring time utilization? You know, again, to your point, there's certain departments that inherently do that, right? There's the fire department, the police department. You can see black and white, you know, there's this many calls, you know how the staff is being utilized, and those are great data points. But I think that there's other departments that we don't necessarily have that, and it's more, you know, I don't want to say, you know, FUD, but there's a, you know, oh my God, grandma's going to die if we don't do this, right? But there's no metrics. There's no metrics to support that. It very well may be true, but I mean, you know, do we have any kind of fleet management software where we're, you know, looking, you know, GPS systems to understand, you know, where are these trucks going? What, you know, what are they doing? What you know, stops here, there? It's a trust but verify element, and it's available via systems.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we're taking advantage of what's available to us today in this century.
Right, understood. For the most part, I would say we have a great grasp on measures within our departments, whether it's fleet. Of course, we have all of our fleet schedules. We have even, you know, smart meters. So we're able to capture the numbers. Is there more that we could identify?
So is that
Probably.
publicly available? Are we able to do an analysis to see if we're, you know, utilizing our bench most effectively?
Of course.
So how?
There's well, it depends what department you're talking about, what type of, if you're talking about water sewer, if you're talking about, you know, our needs within IT, it's very specific to what your concern is.
Yeah, well, I guess that's why I'm bringing it up, that there's actual systems that are focused on municipalities that, you know, clearly provide dashboards that can, you know, provide the analytics
Right.
to be able to measure rates.
Of course, we could do that, but with any analytics, it comes significant cost as well. So, I mean, we could
Well, the hope
measure,
would be that there's an ROI, that
Right.
you're buying it so that you can
Right.
ensure that you're working most efficiently.
yes. Yep.
So it's super helpful. I'm still conceptualizing the process of how this works, being my first time as a select board member going through it. I'm taking away from this is I got a level understanding of what the departments are proposing in 27, and we'll work off of that in the upcoming months. I don't think it's gonna be one thing that gets us there, revenue or cut, it's gonna be a bunch of stuff, and it may just be about, being surgical in places and taking an authentic approach to all these things. One thing I struggled with in the preparation was the inconsistency of the data being presented. So I've got my own spreadsheet for gaps, and I really enjoyed Jason's FTE that went back historically. I love that for every department. What were your FTEs and the last 5 years and projected? And not to pick on the DPW, but I've got 50% of our non-school spend is the DPW at $11 million, $12 million. I have no idea what the line items are. I have no visibility into any of the spend, and that is super uncomfortable for me because I can't even, that one to me just stuck out as being something that, as a data-driven person, I think my select board members see this in action when we're together a lot, but this is my thing. I want to see data, I want to look at it, I want to talk about it. And when we do, we come to different conclusions. So I really like that approach here. The next time when I'm going to, in appropriations, consistent formats, historical information, and in line item detail.
Yeah, and absolutely we can.
Because it's not here now.
It's, DPW is a large department. They have their, the breakdown would have been numerous. When we're in the budget, in the meat of it, absolutely, we will have breakdowns.
Yeah, that's one that I want to see. I mean, there's others, but the DPW is such a large percent of the spend. But I thought it was productive to kind of set the table. I probably have more questions than answers, so I'm not going to exhaust the time now, but I thought it was a good way to kind of.
Yeah, and I think that's good. I'd like everybody to write down their questions while they're in your head, and then we can bring them either before appropriation, financial planning, when the departments visit, or feel free to email me and I can get you the answers you're looking for. Yep.
Just from my experience of having been on the school committee, they have a great process where they set budget priorities at the beginning of the year that the superintendent uses as a guideline as he goes forward to put his budget together to present to them. I have never really seen the Board of Selectmen put forward budget priorities to give any kind of direction.
Julianne is actually, yep, that's in our.
That's great, that sounds good.
Right, absolutely, yep.
I have just a couple of points in no particular order. First, I do want to just say thank you to all the departments, because I know what we asked them to do is difficult, and I don't want that to be lost here when we said, tell us what you would do to get to level funding. That was a hard thing that we asked, and so I appreciate everyone stepping up to that. Just a couple of thoughts. One, our auditor, when we met with them a couple months ago, one of the notes that stood out to me was they seem to be of the opinion that our reserves were on the very high side. And I wonder if something we could consider is not to reduce our reserves, but just to not add to them in this next cycle. In other words, our normal stabilization, general stabilization that we do every year, if we consider just not doing it. Our reserves are fine, according to our auditor. That's just one thought. Another thought, again, these are kind of bouncing all over the place. Something that I've noticed that I'm really concerned about, and I want us all to think about, whenever we are advocating for a particular improvement, we need to be diligent at calculating what the ongoing costs are going to be.
Absolutely.
I can think of a lot of examples where that was not done.
Dog park.
That's the top one on my list, but there's more than that. I mean, I don't think, not to pick on, I don't know that we have accurate ongoing costs for the utilities of our fire station. I don't know that we even can really predict that very accurately, but I don't think that, I don't know how well that's built into our operating budget after the building is built. and I don't want to get into minutia, but I think every time when we're talking about, we would like to have X, what does X cost after we've paid for it? That needs to be built into the equation, because what's happening is we're saying fund it, and then we're having to deal with the aftermath later. Oh, but we funded it, and now we have to do these other things, and we can't say no. To Mr. Brankel's point, that's where the increase of services is. Now we're having to spend DPW resources at the dog park, which was never in any presentation or projection.
Right,
Not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing, I'm just saying it wasn't a planned thing.
right.
And there's a lot of other examples of that. Another one, and it's related to this, is I'd like to always see when, and I really appreciate the efforts that folks go to pursue grant opportunities, but I would like to always see with a grant opportunity, what is our best estimate of the ongoing obligations to the town if we receive the grant. An example that came up recently was the flashing lights. I don't know that anyone understood that we were going to have to pay $30,000 a unit. And grant, I'm not trying to throw any fingers here, I don't think we also knew we were gonna get 8 units. Well, there's a lot more units than we thought we were gonna get. So point is now we're having to respond to, gee, we got this gift from the state, but now we have to find money to spend to put them in, which wasn't in the plan. So that's just a general comment. If we're going after a grant, make sure we're thinking of what happens afterward in all cases. One other I think my last comment. I really wonder about if we should reconsider our solid waste subsidy. I mean, there's a lot of residents in town who don't receive any of that service, and they're subsidizing all the people who do. And I don't know if that's increasing bag fees. I know that different contracts have been discussed about how they provide those services, but that number keeps going up, and there's a lot of residents who are getting no benefit from that number.
Right. So as Scott said, we are on the higher end of our bags. Could we go higher? Absolutely. And this is the balance that we're trying to relay, that we're trying to create resources for the community, but it's at a significant cost. Even the brush removal, it's $150,000 for us to get rid of it. So there's many things we want to do, but now that we're in the dilemma we're in, we have to rethink how much are we going to keep giving to the community and, having there be a significant cost at the end of the day.
One final point, and then I'll be done with my
Yep.
points here. I really appreciate all this, been very helpful. One other thing I want to make sure we have between now and next town meeting that we approve the budget that we'll work through. We need to have opportunities for the public to chime in. Obviously, this meeting wasn't open for public comment. Folks can watch this meeting, learn from this meeting. It's been very helpful. But we need to have real opportunities for public to chime in and tell us what they're thinking, so that we don't get to annual town meeting, have people chime in, and we tell them, well, you should have come to all these meetings and chimed in. And if they're looking back at this meeting, they'd say, I couldn't have. So let's make sure we have.
Well, they could have if,
I don't think this meeting's agenda said public comment was open.
well,
Anyway, I'm not making a big deal about this meeting. I'm saying let's make sure we have opportunities for public comment, so we don't get to town meeting and they
We don't
say,
wanna have the
where
comments
was
at
my
town
opportunity
meeting."
for public comment?
Right,
That's my
absolutely.
big picture point.
Yeah.
So let's have people send comments to the select board.
I'll take them, I'll read them.
Great.
Absolutely. Send them our way.
Anybody hear that? Select board?
We're here.
Yep. And in answer to the grant, we prepared a grant application for our department heads. So basically, all of your concerns are on it already. Is there ongoing cost? Is this a reimbursement grant? Do we have to, when is the deadline? Do you really think you'll have time for the project to, because a lot of times there's a very stringent timeline and the project has to be complete. So you have to really decide on whether or not it's the right grant for the right time. Oh, yeah.
Just, basis of Mass General Law, and again, I'm just going to be an accountant for a second. We're required to get the Select Board's approval to expend grants. So what should be in there is an understanding of what the strings are attached to that grant.
Yeah. Let's do better, board. No, I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I'm not trying to pick on anybody. Yeah.
I'm just making a point
Yep.
publicly that we are required to take not grant applications, but anybody can apply for a grant and receive the grant, but before they spend it, they need to get select board's approval. Just a reminder for everybody. that
So
public
that's
service-
also on the application. Yeah, so at the end of the day, it was great for me to learn about the history and how we got to where we are. We saw some hangups in the numbers and specifically fiscal year '25. But at the end of the day, we also see that we're dealing with, maybe as Mike said, unrealistic numbers. So increasing revenue if we can, definitely curbing costs wherever we can, and being very truthful about our numbers we put out and being able to live within those means. So there's a lot. One thing I will say, I'm very concerned on, we need to still provide funding into OPEB, our stabilization. It's so important when it comes to borrowing, and we have the Peasley School ahead of us. It's, if we borrowed for a car and our credit wasn't good, we'd be paying 10% rather than 2.9%. But think of a project on the caliber of Peasley School, millions of dollars. So that's huge money. So we really do have to be careful and still have our reserves. It's very important. And we can look at capital. That's our biggest cost outside the fixed assets for, health insurance and our wages. Capital is a very big cost, but at what cost are we going to kick the can down the road to? It's a teetering game. So as long as we're thinking about it realistically and not digging ourselves into a deeper hole, that'd be great.
I just wanted to tie up the fact that numbers were used tonight for the Peasley project, and people just get a hold of numbers and they end up all over social media. So I would like for us to surely this evening, knowing that you're going to work closely with the school department. I know that you were on the building study committee, that we have the right numbers that we're talking about, that we're not saying it's a $100,000 project if that's not indeed what it's probably going to look like.
Yeah. I wish it was 100,000. That'd be great.
100.
Yeah, a million.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
But it will be millions, so.
But I don't want to leave here tonight with that happening next, because the fire station was undercut time and time again with numbers and different numbers. So let's all get on the same ballpark about what that number's going to look like.
Right, absolutely. Okay, with that, if anyone has, like we said, any other questions, feel free to email myself, Jason, the board. We're all open to any questions, comments, concerns from the public, absolutely. And yep, we're in it together, the town, the school, all the boards. So let's do this. Fiscal year 27.
Yes.
Thank you for
Excuse
coming.
me. Okay,
I
do I have a
move
motion
to adjourn the select board part of this
Second?
meeting.
Second. All in favor, select board, of adjourning?
Mike,
Hello,
in favor?
Mike?
Michael.
In favor of adjourning?
Sure, yeah.
Aye.